Racing Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Hammer down, it's hammer time.
It's going to be very, very tight.
Inside, but they Dutch. Daneben setzen, geht der Flat out daneben, das macht dann vorne, wird das Auto leicht. Kleines Kausel, nochmal reintauchen. Fährt der da in die Füße ran. Dann springen die Autos wieder raus, schön zu sehen.
Here's the muscle from Munich. What a drive.
Sehr, sehr spannendes Rennen.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the Nordside for the final time in the Digitale Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series for 2024-25. What a season we've had so far. At the very front of the field, it's been BS competition dominating and already sealing the championship heading into the final race. But just in SB9, there's a fantastic fight for second place in the championship going on. And in SB10, the GT4 class, there are 4 teams with a possibility of walking away this afternoon with a title. My name is Ewan O'Leary. I'll be alongside Suma Lerura for this race. It's the Bilstein 3-hour race here in round 4 of the Digitale Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series for 24-25. Just after this, of course, the real-life NLS season will be getting underway, but we can squeeze in one more time on the green hell here in the sim before we get real-life racing as we head into the springtime very much in the real world. As you can see on your screen, we've got the usual format. The lower 3 classes are currently out there on the circuit qualifying. The SB9 to be out there on their own later. Currently 34 teams have set a time, with another couple still able to in this session right now. And then about 20, just under 20 SP9 cars will be heading out there on their own in a few moments' time to set their lap times in qualifying as well. So we'll get to that when they get onto the circuit. But we're ready to go for DNLS 4 here on the Nordside once again. As I say, BS Competition are leading the championship and indeed have won the championship overall in SB9. But the Apex Racing Team, Marla Racing Team, Williams Esports and M&J Downforce can all still take second in the championship, which does come with its own benefits as well. So we'll be watching out and keeping an eye on that. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, the Scherer Esport team have won 3 races in a row and indeed have won the championship now as well, with their teammates currently in second place. However, there are a number of teams that can take that title off them, including the Apex team, Coanda, Falcon, Grid and Go, Alone Fridson Racing as well. So plenty of them, plenty of change could happen there in these next few hours. In SB10, as I say, Apex Racing Team, SimRC, Falcon and Grid and Go are all fighting it out for the championship. That's probably going to be the most interesting of the title fights, to be honest. And then in the Renault Clio Cup class, the SB3 class, we've got Scherer Esport leading the way, but only by 12 points. They could lose it to Similia Esports here today, but they do only need to finish 6th or better. Onto the circuit we go, and I'll welcome in my co-commentator, Suma Lerura. Now, good to be alongside you for the final time this season, Suma. We're about to go racing in the real world. We can squeeze one more sim race in, and it's going to be a very exciting one, the Bilstein 3-hour race to end our season.
You're so right. There's no better way to end the season with yet another 3-hour race. And this is going to be the most exciting one because there's so much at stake as well. Alongside all the other class-wise champions, we're also going to crown an overall DNLS champion as well. And they're going to be getting an additional 1,500 euros in addition to all the class prize money that they get. So there's a lot to play for in the individual classes and also overall. And everyone wants to end the year on a good high, right? You don't want to end it with a sour note, with a crash or with a bad race. You want to end it with a race win. And there are so many teams who are not involved in a championship battle that will be motivated as ever to go get that first win and make their way in the top 3 of each class. So there's going to be lots to play for and a very fun race that's going to be simmering quite a fair bit till we get to the end.
It always is here in the DNLS. Always a lot of fun, and we're glad to be here to do it one final time in the 24-25 season. We're currently on board with Ruben Bonga in the BS competition BMW. They are not involved in the championship fight in SB10, but they have already won in SB9 this season. Win the championship, that is. Three different winners so far, or two different winners rather, in SP10 so far. The Apex Racing team winning last time out at the end of, or the middle of February. And that goes along with their win in the only race in 2024. And that was in between times interrupted by Falcon Sim Racing, who have got a lot of work to do. We've got the Apex Racing team 3 points ahead of Sim RC, who are effectively both of those two teams in a winner-takes-all situation. Falcon and Grid and Go are a bit further behind and do need things to very much go their way, especially in the case of Grid and Go, actually need things to go their way. However, it was really disappointing to see the Falcon Sim Racing team just dropping out of it towards the end of that last race in February. They were third in round one, first in round two, but outside the top 7 in round 3, which means you only get a singular point to your name. And it's that crash. We were just watching it on the highlights before we came to air on the German stream. It was a crash through Verstappen, just braking a tiny bit too late, getting up on the curb and spinning into the wall. And that's effectively put an end to their championship charge this season. Really disappointing to see for them.
And it's those small little moments that can really change things big time. And that's the nature of the Nürburgring Endurance Series. You're building so much. You're building such big strategies, right? You're working with your engineers, with your teammates, with your team manager to try to come up with the ideal way to tackle the entire race. And then you're doing so well, you're fuel saving properly, and randomly something could come in and wreck all of the hard work that you've just put in. And it could be championship over. That's what's happened with Falcon Sim Racing. It's really going to be hard for them to get anything here in a title picture, especially with the quality of the teams that we have at the top of SP10. However, they could upset the apple cart, and because of how good they are, they could really influence the way the fight in the SP10 category goes, because they're good enough to win a race. That's pretty clear. And if in the case they end up interfering with the performances of Sim RC and Apex Racing, you could see some variations and some volatility in that class. So I'd say keep your eyes peeled on that Falcon Sim Racing team. They're good enough to win, and they could really influence things in the SP10 category. I get a feeling they're going to be the notorious one, the influencer, the chaos agent, let's put it that way.
Let's see what they can do here this afternoon in the final round of the season. Grid and Go are currently on pole in SP10, by the way, just ahead of Sim RC, and then Apex Racing Team. So it's that front three, and then it's Falcon, by the way. So it's that front four who have been so present throughout this season, doing so once again. This is the Eiffel Racing Team, currently 7th place in this session, and they're currently 5th in the standings for SP3, with a chance to maybe move up even to 3rd if they have a very good day indeed. They would need to win, which does seem a little bit out of the question, but they are in with a shout of it. I haven't talked too much about the SP3 Championship, but it's 12 points between Share Esports and Similia Esports. They finished 1 and 2 every race so far, and in the last 2 rounds, Adopt Don't Shop has finished 3rd. So the same top 3 in the last 2 rounds in a row. It's very much looking like Share Esports' race to win. But I somehow think even if Similia Esports win this race and they don't win the championship, then they can still call this a very successful season indeed, if that happens.
Yeah, you're so right, because Share Esports have been on another planet. They have dominated every single race, and that's on pure merit. It's not like teams ahead of them have crashed and they've lucked into 3 wins. They have had control over every single hour of this entire championship. And as we head towards the last 3 of them, they'd be looking to maintain that level of dominance. And you can see it in the qualifying times itself. Share Esports SP3 in the number 269, currently 3 seconds ahead of the Similia Esports X Entropy car. That's how good they can be. But for Similia Esports, today is about coming up with a shift. Normally they've been great in the first stint, but then after that, the pack has broken away, and Share Esports has had some degree of volatility in the strategy that the Similia Esports car just haven't been able to catch up with. If they can do that today, if they can perhaps just tag along a little bit, maybe take some advantage of any sort of randomness that happens in the race, it could well be a big win. And remember, as you rightly said, Ewan, if they win here today, I'd say I'd count the season as a success, because look at how much Share have dominated. To sort of beat them in the last round would be phenomenal. But then again, there's extra motivation for the number 269 Share car, because if they win today and have a clean sweep, they could be marching towards a DNLS overall champion tag, and that gives you an extra 1,500 euros if you get that sealed in. So I don't think Share are going to let it go that easily this time.
Yeah, that's a very good point. In the overall standings, by the way, they are tied top with the other share team. So I'm not sure who they really want to win there. It doesn't really matter, I suppose. But they are both on 45 at the top, and then it's BS and 41. This is the starting grid for the SB3s. Meanwhile, Share Esport, as we were just talking about them, have taken pole ahead of Smiley Esports. They actually went a bit quicker on the last lap, did Share, and they're 3.2 seconds in front. Adopt Don't Shop a third ahead of Storm Caution AC Mayen with Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing and Home of Sim Racing Esports on row 3. The Eiffel Racing team, who we just saw there, are in 7th place ahead of Race Sim Zone, who are 8th. And then a bit further down, we've got Thomas Enger Sim Racing and The 7 Racing rounding out the field. Rings of Fizzer Sim Racing have not set a time for some reason. Not sure quite why that is, but again, that is exactly what you'd expect. Share Esports on pole here in SB3.
And doing so by some margin. That's how good they've been this year. But also fun to see that the Adopt Don't Shop team is not that far away from Smiller Esports X Entropy. That fight for second place in the SP3 category has been a bit cold this time out. I mean, throughout the entire season. But if Adopt Don't Shop can mix things up, it'll be fun. But on the last row of the grid, we've got Thomas Enger Sim Racing and the 7 Racing team rounding off SP3. But in SP10s, it's the gridandgo.com esports machine that's taken pole position. They have an advantage of 0.8 of a second, and already SimRC have laid down the gauntlet. They are ahead of the AMG team Apex Racing car, and both of them are fighting for the championship in this class with barely anything to separate the two of them. However, 0.4 of a difference between them in qualifying, that could be an early advantage even, but not too big of a one considering how long the races are.
Exactly, yeah. If it was to end like it is right now, by the way, then SimRC would be tied with Apex at the end of the season, but they wouldn't go ahead. So, because obviously Apex have won 2 races, so I'm going to presume that would be the counting factor. It would also mean that SimRC would have finished second in all 4 rounds, which I don't think has ever been done before by anyone. Anyway, the rest of the grid is, as you say, Falcon Sim Racing Team 4th, head of Team Hoisingveld and Dory Sports Academy on row 3, X-Racer and BS Competition on 4, then Nürburgring Esports teams on the back row together at 9th and 10th. Hopefully they can move up through the field from there before the end of the day. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, we'll just move through to those in a few moments' time, and it will show us that Share Esport are again locking out the front row. Just 300s between them, and it's close with everybody else as well. So hoping for a good start and a close start, I would imagine, between these teams. Apex Racing Team Commander Esports are on row 2, ahead of Alone Fridson and Frozen Speed by Grid and Go on row 3. Allsport are ahead of PB Performance by Grid and Go in 8th place, and then it's Dory Sports who are 9th. Then the first of the AM teams. Don't forget that there is a pro and an AM now in this class. The green triangle next to the number denotes a pro team. You'll see an orange one when the AMs come round. It's Austrian sim racers who are in the pole of that standing ahead of SRS Team Store Grandsport and Team Nitro Falcon Cup, who are sharing the road with them. Holder Motorsport, Fodtech by WMS, who I can tell you already have a penalty, by the way, and Avia WNS E Motorsport round out the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring grid. Again, Share Esport locking out the front row. They're going to, I think, try and help their teammates come second in this championship, because that would be a big load of prize money for them if they were to be able to get 1 and 2 in this class, first place in SB3, and maybe the overall championship as well. It'd be a huge point sort. So that's what they'll be aiming for, but they might not be able to do all of those things and grab all of those things here this afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be tough and competitive in the Cup class, and that's something to watch for. How much will the Share Esports cars work together? But then we'll talk about that in a second as we see the final couple of rows of the grid. We've got Dirt Esports in 9th, Austrian Sim Racers DNLS in the AM class in 10th, SRS Team Sawgrass Sports in 11th, Team Nitro X Falcon only in 12th, followed by Halter Motorsport, Fossetech by WMS, and the Avia WNS E Motorsport car, who, since they had that accident at the end of DNLS 2, I think they've had a really torrid run after that. Last on the grid today, it's going to be a big, big race for them to see if they can salvage anything. And in the AM category, there's actually not much to play for. I mean, not much to... There is a lot to play for, sorry, but there's not much separating the major contenders in that class, because most of them are tied on a total of just 3 points. We're seeing Halder Motorsport, Fossetech by WMS, Austrian Sim Racers also. For them, the only separating factor is what happens today. And that's about it, because they're all tied on points. So whoever has the best result today, or whoever can get the bragging rights, essentially can become the AM champion for the entire season. Just by one race. It's all to play for today, and anything could happen.
Yeah, that's something we're going to have to dig into a little bit over the course of the next 3 hours, but we'll get to that later, because the SB9s are out there on the circuit. For those that were asking and are unaware, the qualifying format of this series works so that the bottom 3 classes go out first all together for about 50 minutes or so, and then the SB9s get 15 minutes at the end of the session on their own. Some go round for a full out lap before just a one big flying lap from the north side. A lot of the teams, though, go for 2 by doing just the Grand Prix circuit first time round, and then getting a full flying start for the second time round. But we have seen a lot of penalties as a result of that in the past. We've already got a stop and hold 60 for number 11, M&J Downforce, because they don't have a real world driver. They are currently down in 8th in the championship, tied 7th actually with pole position esports. So they will be looking to, I suppose, get into the top 3 maybe, but it's going to be very difficult for them with that penalty. We've also got a drive-through penalty for Photosec by WMS, as we've already talked about, for a pit lane infringement. There's a 5-second time penalty for a blue flagged infringement by the Race Sim Zone SP3 car. That was on the R-Sport 109 they got in the way of, by the way. And there's a number of other warnings for Holder Motorsport, for Apex Racing Teams 119, and as a warning to the Sharer Esport SB3 as well. So plenty of different warnings going on out there on the circuit, but not too many penalties this time round, I'm pleased to report. This is the champion in waiting, Nobi Kish, or at least the part of the lineup anyway, in number 1, the BS Competition Mercedes, and he's now making his way around the Grand Prix circuit at the first of his flying laps here. It's a bit of an exhibition really for BS Competition, but as you say, they will be going for that overall championship. So they're 4 points behind going in at the moment. Going to hope that things go wrong for some of the others, and they can, if they take another win, maybe take that title.
And they're capable of doing so. They won that overall SB9 class last time in round 3. Essentially 3/4 of the way into the season, they were already champions. That's how good they've been. They've been super consistent, super clean, having good strategies, and not being involved in any procedural errors, which has been the bane of all of their major rivals. But today we can find out if they can win with the others not making any mistakes too, because it's the last round of the season. Hopefully everyone has learned their mistakes, and hopefully they can bring the fight to BS Competition today, who are actually walking into this final round as champions, and hence walking in with a change in their lineup. Normally it's Felix Wormbach and Nobby Kish in this team, and Nobby Kish, of course, driving the car right now in qualifying, being the real world driver. But Felix Wormbach has actually moved over to the number 10 Mahler racing car for this particular race, because they're in a championship fight for second with the AMG Team Apex Racing team. So replacing Felix Wormbach at the number 1 BS Competition team is Lucas Herman. He's going to be in the car towards the middle part of the race when Nobby Kish is done with his stints. So let's see if this driver lineup actually works out very well for them, because it's the lineup that they haven't used any time this year. Lucas is a great driver, but the competition hopefully will be cleaner, will be faster, and will be more mature. And as a result, we'll be able to see a far more competitive grid in SB9s compared to what we've seen so far this year.
Let's see what we get here from SB9 today. So far, just 2 different race winners. Plenty of different teams on the podium. Of course, this Mercedes been on the podium along with the Apex Racing team, who were after winning the opening round. Mahler Racing team been on a couple of times. Williams on the bottom step of the podium at the opening round. Even Veloce, who were a guest entry at round 2, managed to get themselves onto the podium, as well as M&J Downforce last time. So there's plenty of teams who can get into those advanced positions. This is the Line GP car, the Dodi Fodi currently driving that one. There it is, the green and white Ferrari. Unfortunately for them, it's been a difficult season, really. No finishes inside the top 7, but the story of many of the seasons in SB9. Only, to my knowledge, 10 teams have finished in the top 7, so it's very, very difficult for you to actually get into those positions of scoring points. And the reason why I keep banging on about top 7, by the way, it might seem like a random number, but that's when you start to score additional points on top of the 1 point you get for just finishing the race. So 2 points for 7th, 3 for 6th, 4 for 5th, 6 for 4th, 8 for 3rd, 11 for 2nd, 15 for 1st. So that's why we keep talking about top 7, and it's so difficult to get into as well, because that means effectively of the amount of entries in the field, well over half of them in SB9 are not scoring any more points on top of the 1 you get for finishing the race.
You're so right about that. And even when you are in the top 7, it all gets so competitive because there are so many incredible teams doing such a wonderful job in this ultra-competitive SB9 class. I mean, I'm just looking at the standings and I see BS competition. I see the other teams that haven't been the champions who could well have very easily become champions with a few right things going their way. Like Marlow Racing Team, like the AMG team Apex Racing, like AMG team Williams. That's essentially your top 4, and they're all so good. Behind them, you've got great teams like MJ Downforce 2, Veloci Thrustmaster, who were guests but haven't quite come back since, and also the other MJ Downforce car and Impulse Racing Ferrari, who've also looked very, very good at times in this year. That's already 7 really good teams who occupy the top 7 spots, and to break into that is going to be so hard. And even within them, getting to the podium places is just so challenging. Today is going to be a very, very big day for all of these teams, because if you can get a podium in the final round of the year, that'll be a lot of confidence going your way. And as I like to say, bragging rights, right? Because you've proven to yourself and the entire grid at the very last race of the season that you have what it takes, and then you can come back next year with a renewed sense of confidence and attack the other races of the year as well with some pride. So lots to play for, very exciting grid, and hopefully we can see some more cars fighting for the podium, because we've had variety. We just want to see some other machines like the Ferraris, like the Fords, sometimes even competing for those top 3 places.
Yeah, it can be difficult for the non-German marques to do it, but they will give it a go. Well, the motorsport here making their way through the carousel. Now their teammates got a warning earlier on for brake checking, apparently. Coanda Esports, who protested it, was just a warning. Though there's already been a protest for unsportsmanlike contact against the Team Nitro Falcon team in SB9 by Impulse Racing. So we'll see what the outcome is of that. It's an investigation currently ongoing for those teams as these drivers now make their way through the final part of the lap. See BS competition over the line pretty quickly. Williams Esports will be one of the first as well. Hobbs Racing Team by Good and Go in number 4. Be over the line in the not too distant future, as well as Impulse Racing, M&J Downforce with both of their cars, and one of the Nürburgring Esports cars as well. There's plenty of them right the way round the end of the lap at the moment, or at least in the final part of the twisty sections before they get onto the long back straight, the Dottinger, and the run all the way down in towards the Tiergarten. Here is the leading car, the Williams Esports machine, currently hoping for 2nd place in the championship. They're 7 points behind the Apex Racing Team, and indeed 7 points behind the Marlow Racing Team. They really need something to get into that top 3.
It's going to be super tricky given the nature of the series and given how many teams would actually want to have a good round. And 7 points is a major gap. It's going to be hard to overcome that. And you'll need sort of a miracle to kind of make it happen. But then again, crazy things have happened in this championship. And for the number 5 AMG Team Williams car, largely the one thing for them to work on for this particular round is avoiding any penalties, because they had a penalty in DNLS 2. That was a drive-through penalty for blocking a driver in qualifying. And then they had a stop-and-hold penalty last time in DNLS 3 for not completing their minimum pit stop time. And that happened when they were 2nd on the grid. 2 bad races just ruined through penalties. And if that hadn't happened, I'm pretty certain that they would be fighting for the championship, if not actually being champions themselves. So today is about redemption for Williams Esports, about getting all the wrongs corrected today.
Yeah. They have done that so far with the fastest lap in qualifying. Only the Falcon Sim Racing team have got near to them so far. It's a very good lap, by the way, from Lewis Woods in the number 44. Phil Denez is in third. Jeff Giassi fourth for the Hope Racing team by Grid & Go. But that's a marker being laid down by Williams Esports. BS Competition down in fifth at the moment, which is a bit of a surprise to see. And this is going to be one of the laps for the other Falcon team. Team Nitro Falcon and Tim Heinemann. He's quite a long way around actually, but he is going to get there in time to start another lap at least. It's been a bit of a difficult season for these so far.
Yeah, they've had a few crashes here and there, not all of them through their fault. But today in qualifying, if they can produce a special lap and can find their way up towards the top 8, there will be a lot of points on offer for them and they can be real competitive. But then again, it needs a really good qualifying lap, and this Porsche, this 911 GT3, has been bottoming out quite a fair bit. I mean, at the carousel, we saw the car almost lose the rear end as it flattened out at the exit. Now this part will be fun. This is all about the bravery you can carry in the final couple of corners of the entire circuit. I mean, before you get to the Dottinger Herd, there's these amazing corners where you've just got to push the limit, so many of them blind. Then you go through some of the jumps coming in at Flansgarten as well. Can you commit to these corners as a driver? Do you have trust and absolute confidence in your machine? And only then can you get a great qualifying lap. Now is when we find that out from Tim Heinemann as he gets some airtime.
Through Flansgarten and over the rise again, and then back down the other side of the hill here just before the Stefan Bellafes. It's the sort of flatter part towards the end. Elias Seppänen going pretty slowly here for the Apex Racing team. He's decided that this lap time is not going to be one he really bothers with. It's nearly 10 minutes long. He will go again for the final lap, just over 3 minutes to go, and you will be able to complete your lap once you've started it, by the way, here in this series. So everybody is going to have a chance to get to the end of this lap, even though Seppänen is only just starting one. The Nürburgring Esports Mercedes there was not looking, and still now gets out the way through turn 2. This is the danger of leaving it so late, and the Nürburgring Esports team might well get a penalty, but it doesn't help Seppänen. His lap immediately has been interrupted.
And look at the margins. Look at how tight the pecking order is at the top of that SP9 class. Only 0.05 of a second between the team in pole and the team in second. And if Apex Racing team are to have a great race, which they need to because they're fighting for second in the title, this is going to absolutely ruin things. Remember, their major competitors, the Mahler Racing team, who are fighting with them for P2 in SP9, are only 0.9 of a second behind the pole sitters. And that moment in itself, I think, Ewan, must have costed them around about a second. So now, it's all about catching up at the rest of the circuit. And Elias Seppänen can't make a single mistake, because if he does, he is surely going to qualify behind his major rivals in the Mahler Racing team. And God forbid, what if he's P5? What if he's P6? Somewhere where a couple of cars are between him and the Mahler Racing team car. Then it's suddenly all out of your control. Then you've got to wait for the other cars and what they do to decide how your championship battle is influenced. So just that one small mistake could really make that mountain even taller for the AMG team Apex Racing. And they need a really good lap now. They've got to have a good one at the end.
Absolutely. This is Nicholas Walter. Meanwhile, the real-world driver for the Mulder Motorsport team, I should say, paired with Smitty Esports, who are going for the championship in our slowest class. And these guys are going for a win in the fastest class as well. Plenty of experience in the real world on the Nordschleife has Walter. And he's putting that to use in the sim now as well. One of the great things always about the DNLS, the fact that there is real-world drivers using their experience in the sim here at iRacing, and how it certainly does translate as well. We've had many of the great real-world drivers in this series, both presently and in the past as well. I mean, we've got Tim Heinemann, for example, in this session. Very successful real-world driver, two-time GTM trophy champion, for example. He's been on the podium in class at the 24 Hours at Nürburgring as well. In the past, we've had guys like Max Verstappen, who doesn't really need much introduction. And so it's Yeah, great to see this continuing on through Series 2024-25 as we go on board with Jan-Philipp Springhoff here, who's just in behind. Looks to me like the Williams Esports car just up in front of him here. It seems to me that everybody has pitted pretty much, other than Pole Promotion, Esports and Holden Motorsport. They're just carrying on, but everybody these days decides to come in after their first lap and do another lap starting from the Grand Prix circuit, which I always thought was the slow way to do it, but most people seem to do it these days.
So long as it works, that's the most important thing for all of them. And they've been practicing for so many hours. I mean, each team and each driver, they prepare so hard during the week. They're constantly working after they're done with their day jobs, trying to find the right setups, trying to extract the maximum pace from their machines. And one thing about the Nürburgring Endurance Series here is that we go to the same track for every single round, and you also have the same car. So things do remain the same, and you can optimize your prep time accordingly. But then again, there's so much volatility that can happen in the race, and you just still want to be absolutely on your peak performance so that when things go wrong, or if any chaos happens, you can extract the maximum from your machine and make things work. And so all of their prep times, they'll all be coming handy as we come to the race after qualifying. But the checkered flag has dropped. We're just waiting for the session to end after the drivers are done with their last qualifying laps. And then we will find out who will be on pole. Will it be Williams maintaining it with their 500ths of a second advantage over Falcon? Or can some other teams and drivers actually come in and maybe shake up the order? Watch out for the number 1 BS Plus competition. They can be really good.
It could be them.
Oh, but they're in the pits actually.
They are now, yeah. It's a good spot. Yeah, Falcon Sim Racing team are also in the pit lane, by the way. So it's a good job BS Competition don't have too much riding on today, because this is not a great qualifying for them in 5th place at the moment. So who are the candidates to try and take this away? I'm not sure there are too many at the moment, really. Got to look a bit further down the field, I think, to find anyone who might be able to. The Apex Racing team, for example. But I guess Marla Racing team actually as well are going to have a chance, just under a second away from pole at the moment. But yeah, that is very puzzling indeed. Pole Promotion Esports, by the way, just coming towards the end of their lap now. They're currently in 8th place. If we don't see them, I'll at least tell you about their lap time. But they decided not to pit in halfway through, as we now do normally see for whatever reason. They've decided to take the advantageous run onto the start-finish straight by finishing their lap from the north side, for it just give you more speed in towards turn 1 at the very least. But clearly the other teams deciding that a run around the Grand Prix circuit and another go is better. It is an improvement on the lap there from Pole Promotion Esports, but they stay 8th for the moment, 3.4 seconds off of pole. There is the Nürburgring Esports Mercedes, one of 2 teams now not to have set a time yet in SB9, and Andy Gulden is going to look to get this car on the board, because the Nürburgring Esports car has not finished. Neither of them have finished inside the top 7 so far. This is Holden Motorsport meanwhile. They're coming through the final corners. Carlos Scholl, one of those only drivers, as I mentioned earlier, to not pit in halfway through. That says everything you need to know. It's nearly 8 minutes 20. This is just a practice session at the end of qualifying for them.
But what can these guys do? The AMG team Apex Racing, tied on points for 2nd place in the championship. This is going to be a crucial lap for them. And remember, at the start of this lap, right at the first corner, they were impeded by another slower car, and that could have an impact on just how quick this lap is. Look at the board. They're currently nowhere to be found. They need to be somewhere in the top 3. Preferably ahead of that number 10 Mahler, who they are fighting for 2nd in the title. This will be an important couple of kilometers. Can Apex pull out something special? Can they put it on pole? We will find out how much that impeding really impacted their lap time.
Yeah, I don't think it would be too disastrous, but anything, as you were mentioning earlier, anything will hold them back. Down the straight comes Elias Seppänen then. One of the first drivers of those real contenders towards the end to complete a lap. Williams Esports will be over the line not too long after them, and then it'll be Marla Racing Team who come over the line to try and beat them. In towards the final few corners here for Elias Seppänen. Legs on the brakes, getting it right towards the apex there of the Tiergarten for the final run to the line, keeping it there to the middle of the road, just trying to shorten the distance any way possible. 53.4 to beat. It's a 55.7. How much of that time came at turn number 1 is unclear, but it's only 7th place for the Apex Racing team.
Yeah, that's not an ideal lap. That is clearly not an ideal lap. And they can do better because the AMG Team Apex Racing car has qualified far higher. I mean, on an average, they're normally P4, P5, something like that. P7 is actually bitterly disappointing on a day as important as this. But will we see our pole sitters extend their advantage at the top of the field? Sammy Matty Trogan coming across the final couple of corners. He's at the Dottinger Her and will enter the Tiergarten section any moment now. Only 500ths of a second between themselves and Falcon Sim Racing. I don't think anyone's improving on that lap time, but I think Williams want to send out a statement and a message to the entire grid that they are by far and away the fastest today. By how much? Now we find out.
Oh, it's not actually quicker. Wow.
Ooh.
54.0. And so they'll be having to cling on here at the very end from Nürburgring, who's in the Marler Racing Team car, and he's in 3rd place at the moment. He's just coming into the final few corners right now. And here at the other side of the corner comes the Impulse Racing car. They're quite a long way back at the moment. They're 8th place. It's quite good qualifying, actually, compared to the previous of this season, but it's an 8:04.9 that time round. There's Andy Gilden setting his first lap time of the session. Where's that going to put him? That's a decent time, actually, from him. He will go about 14th, I think, in the order, if it counts. It's not like it does count. Maybe he went off track somewhere, because that has not registered, and that suggests to me that there is no lap time. Nürburgring did get an improvement, by the way, but it was only 7/10 away from Williams Esports, so he did improve by about 1/4 of a second, but it wasn't quite enough.
I'd say it's enough. I'd say that was exactly what he needs. Because look at their rivals. AMG Team Apex Racing are 7th. Marler are 3rd. This is still all right. In this championship, track position doesn't really matter as much. It's more about how you execute your strategies and just how do you manage to make sure that you do enough fuel saving while also not losing out too much time. That Marler are very, very good at. That they've done excellently through the entire season. And last time out they qualified 7th and they ended up finishing 2nd. This time they're 3rd. And I'd say they, on an average, are more prepared than Falcon because Falcon have not had as many good results as Marler this year. So I would expect Marler to be fighting very, very hard for 2nd. And even if they can secure that position, it's going to be next to impossible for the AMG Team Apex Racing car from 7th to climb up there in 2nd and then beat Marler. So I'd say for Marler, job done for now. But then again, they cannot make any procedural errors and they've got to be clean at the start. If they stay where they are, they will be taking 2nd in the title.
No further action, by the way, against this car for the unsportsmanlike conduct protested by the Impulse Racing Team earlier on, by the way. But there is another drive-through penalty for the M&J downforce number 11, so that means they've got a 60 seconds stop and hold, and then they've got a drive-through penalty on top of that as well. Williams and the number 17 have both gotten a warning for the short lap in qualifying as well, so they've gotten away with it, but that is the end of qualifying with limited penalties this time around. The grid and indeed the Bilstein 3-hour race will be coming up very shortly. You're watching the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for 2024-25. It's finale time coming up next.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen. Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der DNLS.
Was ist ein X?
Welcome back to the Nordschleife, where we are set to go for the final round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series for 2024-25. I'm Ewan O'Leary alongside Suma Larua for this round of the championship, and here is your starting grid ahead of the Bilstein 3-hour race. It's the Williams Esports team who will be on the pole ahead of the Falkenstein Racing team in second place. Great qualifying for a team that haven't been in the top 7 all year long. Marler Racing team and Hopps Racing by Grid and Go are sharing row 2 with BS Competition. Surprisingly, the reigning champions and indeed the champions in waiting, I should say, are 5th in the field this time round. Number 22, M&J Downfall, stop from 6th as they try and take 2nd or indeed 3rd place in the championship at the end of the day. Bit of a long shot for them, but it could be possible from 6th place. The Apex Racing team are 7th ahead of Impulse Racing, who have had one of their better qualifyings of the year in 8th. M&J Downforce number 11 will start from 9th, but they've got a myriad of penalties, and so will drop back. Liberty Esport will start from 10th ahead of Pro Promotion Esports and Lion GP, who are sharing row 6. RC Car Shop Esports and Nürburgring Esports are on the next row, ahead of Holder Motorsport and Molnar Motorsport. Similia Esports, Fossa and Team Nitro Falcon were not able to go quicker than some of the slower Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring cars despite setting laps, and Nürburgring Esports 47 with Andy Gordon didn't get a lap in over the course of the session. So a bit of a mixed up grid, I've got to say. Some teams you'd expect to see up the front, not quite up the front, but the pole position has gone to Williams Esports, and they're going to hope to turn that curse around that we've seen throughout 2024-25.
And that being the curse of the pole sitter. We have had penalties for the pole sitter in the last 3 rounds of the race. Some of the other procedural error has happened. Sometimes the teams and drivers exceed the sacred 90 km/h limit and end up going faster than that, which is when they get a penalty. Sometimes they end up blocking a car in qualifying, which is then again another reason for them getting a penalty. Sometimes we've seen cars actually have a shorter pit stop time than the minimum pit stop limit that they need to complete, and that's why they get penalties from being in the lead. And all of that and more can happen when you are leading a DNLS race. That's what's happened in all the 3 races this year. This time, Williams will be hoping that there are no procedural errors, nothing that goes wrong. All the speed limits are met properly, all the qualifying procedures are done very well, and they can just have a clean and right and perfect start to the start of this race. Because once that happens, I believe they genuinely have the pace to go out and win this, as we have seen in all the races this year. It's just that things have gotten a bit messy for them. And things can get even messier behind them, because we have teams like Marler Racing and the AMG team Apex Racing fighting for the championship position, and they'll be gunning for it. And even teams like BS Competition, super motivated to go out and win the overall DNLS championship. So it's not going to be a quiet race. Yes, we might have decided champions, but this one will be full of drama.
Have a look at the weather there on the top right-hand side of your screen, by the way. 24 degrees ambient in sim. 40 degrees on the circuit. Goodness me. It's warm. It's spring. Oh, you love to see it. It's 40 degrees down on the circuit, 104 Fahrenheit. And I, for one, am very pleased about that.
Yeah, this reminds me a lot of the weather that we have back home here. It's super hot. The tires will be screaming, by the way. I'm not sure if they'll be able to last as much as they did in the previous rounds.
Yeah, thankfully, you don't have to do hour-long stints, to be honest, in this series. So they will be okay. And because you change tyres and fuel at the same time, especially in SB9 and SB10, they shouldn't be on tyre difficulty too much. The Porsche category might be a bit more interesting, but we'll get to that in a few moments' time. And I've got to say, it's a pleasure to commentate to you today with the sun outside the window. It's a rare occurrence, but you can tell spring's here, and the drivers will be feeling the full effects of that here this afternoon as well in this final race. There is very much a last day of school kind of feel to this race, I feel. There's not too much riding on this race in the top 2 categories. They are going for the overall championship, especially Scherer 116, going for the overall championship alongside their teammates, but they'd like to shore that up. But you know, there isn't too much to play for in SB9. Even 2nd and 3rd places are pretty stored up. It's just a case of who's going to finish ahead out of Apex and Marler. So, you know, there might be a bit more of a relaxed feel to this race. We'll see.
A bit of a relaxed feel, but with many teams who actually want to gun for it and actually get a win at the end. Because there's not much riding on it. They're not going to be influencing any major championship battles. So why not just go for it? It's the last race of the entire season. There's nothing to lose. Now is the time where you just send it all and see what you can get. And that is something I feel we're going to see a lot in the SP9 class, particularly with the number 44 Falcon Sim Racing team. They haven't actually been on the podium at all. In fact, they haven't even finished ahead of P7. But today, they've qualified second on the grid and have a legitimate chance of winning this race. Is it going to be Williams, who've actually lost a lot of races through procedural errors? Or is it going to be Falcon, who find themselves in unfamiliar territory for the first time this year? Or perhaps a few surprise contenders from the back? They're all going to be gunning for it, and we are all going to have such a fun time watching it.
We absolutely are. The drivers are about to get themselves towards the end of the straight now and begin this race. Don't forget that this is a split start series, so the SP9s will go first. A minute and a half later, the Porsches will get going, and then the final starting group will go. SP10 paired with SP3. If we waited too long, there would be a bit of a crash, and the SP9s will be onto the back of the SP3s too quickly. So we are split apart, but those last two categories do stay together. We'll be with you, myself and Sumo, for the duration of the 3 hours. Very much hope that you'll enjoy the coverage this afternoon for the final time of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Final thoughts, Sumo, as we head towards the start finish line. I can't wait to see whether we're getting another pole position penalty. I think it'd be hilarious if we get 4 in a row.
Yeah, likewise. That's the one thing on my mind, that Williams need to keep their 90 km/h speed limit intact. They just can't exceed it. That's point number one. Point number two, we've actually seen lots of torpedoes going down at turn number 1 across all categories in the last couple of races. Can they keep it clean? And who will be the one that has the advantage as we head out of the GP circuit? That's the one thing for me to watch for. And also, AMG Team Apex, how hard will they attack? They need to be on the prowl today, because P7 just doesn't cut it. They need to be in the top 3 for their chance to be in second place in the championship. It's going to be fun. It's going to be full of chaos. And the 3-hour race will have so many strategic options for us to decode. I think we're in for a treat, surely.
We certainly are. For the final time this season, we'll be getting underway here at the Nürburgring. You're watching the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for season 24-25. And we are ready to go for the Bilstein 3-hour race. It's the final 3-hour race of our season. By the end of today, we'll have been racing once around the clock for the season. 12 hours across 4 great rounds through from December. One last time, we're ready to go again. Can Williams Esports hold the right speed? First of all, that's going to be the first thing. And what we're going to see down in towards turn number 1. On some occasions this season, we've seen accidents into that first turn. Is that going to be the case today? As Sami Trogan gets us up to the front of the starting straight, and we are ready to go, holding, waiting for a long time, and finally the green flag waves, and finally they all fan out, as we're accustomed to. 3 and 4 wide immediately, and it's the Falcon Sim Racing team who have reacted well. Sami Trogan going backwards through the middle of the field like a bit of a black hole at the moment. He's on the inside, there's a bit of contact, and the M&J Downforce Mustang, one of them goes very deep and very wide through turn 1. Here comes the Marla Racing team, they're up to third. Look at the Impulse Racing Ferrari, they're out on the outside, looking at third place at the moment as well, after starting way down on the 4th row of the grid, already up to 4th position, still on the inside of Fildenez, and finally it will single file out. It's a good start for Falcon, and especially for the Impulse Racing team as well, who are well inside the top 5 already.
But the big losers have been the AMG Team Apex Racing. They have gone down from P7 to P9 as they were bumped and pushed around by a couple of cars. There you see them in the back of your screens, fighting with the Nürburgring esports machines. That's not where they need to be. And there's contact. The Nürburgring cars hit each other. There's damage on the first lap itself. Chaos in SP9.
That is unbelievable. Who would have predicted that at the start of the day? The cars making contact through the Grand Prix circuit, and damage, I'm afraid, already here in this race. Nürburgring Esports 42, well down the field after contact down on the Grand Prix circuit. Onto the north side they go for the first time. It's a dream start for Lewis Woods in the Falcon Sim Racing Porsche. He's ahead of Williams Esports, it's Sami Trogan, and the rest of them, as the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring cars now begin to get themselves ready to start this race. It will be Share Esports in a front row lockout all over again making their way up towards the line in control of the field. Again, you've got to wait for the green flag here, so that does mean that everybody fans out very quickly indeed, and you're about to see it again here in the second of our 4 classes. Here we go, wait for the green flag. It's got to take even longer, and now the green flag waves, and they immediately get to 3 and 4 wide. Scherer Esports sort of blocking the front of the field almost there with the front 2 places in towards turn 1. Then you've got Coanda, Apex, and the Alofra racing car and the white on the outside line battling for 3rd place, and one of the Scherer cars goes backwards. Here comes Coanda on the outside of turn number 2, and there's contact in the background. Contact in the background on the way towards turn number 2, and we'll get a replay of that a little bit later, but still side by side for second between Scherer and Coanda. Still it goes on, and now down the inside and through goes Gabriel Solomon, who goes through on the inside line into second place, immediately splitting up the 2 Scherer cars at the front.
What an opening couple of corners it was for Coanda. They were able to hold on for such a long time. And with these Porsche Esports Cup cars, you're always hanging on the edge. You don't have that much downforce, so you can fight each other that much longer. And that's exactly what we saw through the arena section. Ultimately, the drive on the Coanda car giving them the advantage, and that Scherer Esports block at the top has been broken up, and it's a Coanda sandwich now with Gabriel Salomon in second place. But the contact you mentioned, Ewan, a couple of cars involved in that. PB Performance by Grid & Go, they're involved in the mix, as are Der Esports. And so both of these machines, as you can see at the back of your screen, have been separated from the pack, and it makes them just that further away. And it'll make their race just that harder, because in this cup category, yes, it's not too dependent on the drag that you get or the slipstream that you get, but still, catching up to a pack that fast is going to be very tricky. So that's their race almost done at the very, very beginning.
Here come the SP10s. And Grid & Go from the very front of the field. Aaron Vasquez in control of the field alongside Corin Taguine. Dimossi looking to win for the first time this season after finishing second 3 times in a row. The most exciting of the 4 championship battles gets underway here at the final round of the series. In towards turn number 1 immediately. Grid & Go protecting the inside line. Simorsi and Apex crowding themselves from the inside line. The SP3's in the background, by the way, racing down towards turn 1 as well. Scherer Esport taking charge immediately there, as have the pole sitters in SP10. Grid & Go. Then the battle for 5th goes on. Sort of best of the rest battle at the moment as the BS competition car works its way around the outside. There's a bit of contact for Hoisingveld. Oh, who just get hit by X-Racer there. And in reaction, Scherer Esports in SP3 going sideways, but everybody gets away with it in SP10 just about.
But behind them in the SP3, something clearly has gone very wrong for our second place car in the championship. The number 277, Spiller Esports X Entropy, is nowhere to be seen as we see some fighting between the 278 and the 272. That's a Thomas Engels sim racing machine doing incredibly well to hold on from the Stabkorten AC Mayen car that's fighting with them for P5. And what a battle we're seeing in the Clio Cup cars. Then again, as the home of sim racing esports car, the number 270, trying to get away ahead, but not able to do so. As we see the top of the GD4 class, we are seeing the gridandgo.com esports machine piloted by Aaron Vasquez at the top of that field. And in SP3s, it is Scherer Esports who have the advantage. But their main rivals, their main competitors who started second in this class are now running 10th. That's the Smiller Esports X Entropy. And with that, it could well be championship over, remember, because they're the closest competitors to Scherer. And all that Scherer needs to do today is just finish, and the title could well be theirs.
Yeah, top 6 is all that is required, and they will get it. Meanwhile, drive-through penalties already being adjudicated here. Is that from earlier on? Yeah, it is. I've already told you about that. Project by WMS, just getting their drive-through penalty coming through the system now. There was another penalty, by the way, for qualifying, and that was at number 17, Team Nitro Falcon, getting a 5-second time penalty for an incident with the Impulse racing car. That's separate to the one that was earlier on. They were protested twice by Impulse, and finally there was a penalty. Meanwhile, Lewis Woods versus Sami Matitogan at the front of the field. It's close between 1 and 2. Phil Denez is hanging on by the skin of his teeth at the moment to 3rd place as well at the moment, with Impulse Racing pretty comfortably 4th. Then it's Hopes Racing Team, M&J Downfalls in 6th and 7th. Then BS Competition and Apex Racing Team, 8th and 9th. Not many would have predicted that at the start of the day.
No, not at all. And they're joined there by the pole promotion esports team, who, by the way, were the first pole sitters of the entire season. So that P8, P9, P10 pack is one full of great cars. It's an all-star mid-pack that we've got here. But let's take a look at the replay of the very start of this race. The Nürburgring esports car making contact with each other. And there we were. 2 into 1 just does not go. And the number 42 was spun around, making it a hellish start for the team that belongs to the Green Hell. But we're at the Dottinger Herb, and the Mercedes AMG power could come in handy for the Williams esports team, who are sitting behind the Falcon sim racing car. This is unfamiliar territory for Falcon. They've not found themselves in the lead of a race for the entire season. Now that they are here, they're going to face intense competition from Williams, who are going side by side at the Dottinger Herb and could well be in first position as we come towards Tiergarten. Now they are, and Williams are your brand new leaders in the SP9 class.
Always difficult to hang on in one of these Porsches. They are not brilliant in a straight line, to be honest. And so Lewis Woods couldn't do a lot there to stop Williams esports from coming past and leading the first lap of the race. Even if they haven't been in front for most of it, they are going to go across the line first here this afternoon. As they go in towards turn 1 at the start of lap number 2. Fildenez is right there as well in the BMW, just lurking, seeing what might happen just up in front of them here. So, new leader, Simon Masitogan at the front of the field. Further behind, Philip Goglock is just ahead of these two cars. It's Jeff Giassi and Jan-Philipp Springhoff, who are in the two Mustangs. Already into pit lane is the M&J Downforce number 11 for their drive-through penalty. They'll serve their stop and hold 60 earlier on, but the number 22, rather than having their teammates around, which they've had for most of the season, they're very much fighting alone for M&J Downforce here today, with their teammate having so many penalties.
Yeah, there's not much you can do after that, and that penalty came in for them not having a real-world driver for this race, and that is something you must have if you're competing in the SP9 class. And by a real-world driver, we mean someone who's actually competed in a few Nürburgring Endurance Series races, the DNLS, or has competed in the Nürburgring 24 Hours, or is part of the FIA driver classification system, the platinum, the gold, the bronze, or the silver drivers. Unfortunately for M&J Downforce, they don't have a real-world driver this time, and they have to bear the consequences of that. And at the moment, all the teams that you see in the SP9 class are running their real-world drivers. It's compulsory for them to qualify and also to start the race. And out of all of them, it seems like Sammy Matty-Trogan and Lewis Woods are having the best performances. Clearly, running away from the pack and creating a good breakaway group for the top two, with Phil Denez for Mahler also joining in and doing a good job there. Our focus, though, has shifted to the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, where the Scherer Esports 116 is now under tremendous pressure. The Coanda car is getting incredibly nosy as we get towards Tiergarten. But while they are trying to attack the car in front, Coanda have also got to be careful of the machine behind them, because the number 117 Scherer Esports car is hungry for more. And if they get one more position, and if they pass Coanda, they can be in provisional second place in the championship and can make it a 1-2 for Scherer at the end of today, which will be such a phenomenal achievement.
Yeah, lots of prize money on the line for all the top three places in this class, so we'll keep an eye on it throughout the day, because a lot of these teams could get it. Coanda being one of them. They're still on the inside of 117 here, who need to get back in line unless the Apex Racing team are going to come through. Luca Kita down the inside immediately here. He wasn't going to wait around to try and overtake Julian Raymer, and on the outside of turn 4, he's going to continue to try and do that. He's got his nose in front here. He might be through here, in towards third place, and he is. Well, there's your problem, if you like, in these groups. 117 trying to overtake the Coanda Esports car and make it a 1-2 again. Well, that's very difficult when there's so many cars queuing up behind you. If you get it slightly wrong, you will be punished, and the Apex Racing team are up to third.
Exactly. And it's interesting that the Scherer Esports 117 was passed by the car and they're actually in closest competition with for second in that Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy category. If Apex can stay where they are, that won't be enough. But if they can pass Coanda for second, suddenly we might see the number 117 under threat for second in the championship. And that could mean a lot of prize money lost. So it's game on now in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. And there's everything to fight for in the next 2 hours and 48 minutes of the race. And nobody, not even us in the commentary box, can start slouching. Because every single minute, every single battle, and every single pit stop is going to matter just so much. Speaking of which, the Falcon Sim Racing team could well upset the apple cart in the SP10 category. They are currently in 3rd place, fighting against the number 190 AMG Team Apex Racing car that are properly in the mix. A move here, and the SP10 category could see the entire face of it swap around and change.
Well, you say that. Grid and Go at the moment are out front by some distance, but Sim RC have had a mistake on this lap somewhere because they're at the back end of this train.
Wow.
They've been overtaken by, well, not everybody, but they've been overtaken by quite a few. There's the Mercedes in the background. They're not out of the running just yet at all, I should reiterate, but they are a couple of positions further down than what, in fact, 3 positions further down than what they were at the start of the lap. In towards turn 1, are there going to be moves there or not? So Aaron Vasquez leads. That does make things very much more complicated for Sim RC if Grid and Go just go off and win this race by a mile. I can't see that happening, to be honest, because I think this class is too competitive for anybody to be winning by a mile. But if somebody does win other than the Apex Racing team or Sim RC, then it suddenly gets pretty complicated for Sim RC to actually win this championship from 3 points behind. And by the way, if it's not Falcon or Grid and Go winning, then that means that they're effectively out of the championship as well already. Grid and Go need to win with the Apex Racing team retiring and DNFing, scoring no points. So it's a very long shot for them. That's why the Apex Racing team not particularly worried about the leader going away at the moment.
Yeah, for Apex Racing team, if they can stay where they are, I think they're okay. I think they're going to be winning the championship as it stands. But for Sim RC, it's important for them to be in the top 2. If Sim RC finish 2nd, they need the number 190 AMG Apex Racing team to finish P4 or lower. And again, we have seen the AMG Team Apex Racing car finish 4th once. That was at DNLS 2 a couple of rounds ago in this championship. But as it stands, we're a long way away from that, because look at the list of cars that are between the AMG Team Apex Racing car in 2nd and Sim RC in 6th. We've got Falcon Sim Racing in 3rd. We've got Dirty Sports Academy in 4th, who have looked phenomenal throughout the year. And we've got BS Competition in the BMW, who are always at home at the Nordschleife. For them to actually do something and get past of the 190 AMG Apex Racing car is going to be big, firstly. And secondly, for Sim RC to pass them and get ahead of all of them and the Apex car, it looks like a tall mountain. It looks like a really tall mountain for them to climb. And it will need lots of volatility to happen so that the Sim RC car can get ahead in 2nd. And even then, that might not be enough, because if Sim RC are in 2nd and AMG are in 3rd, the Apex Racing team car, I mean, that still is not going to be enough for them. So they need a lot of chopping and changing in this grid for them to win. And for Sim RC now, can they pull out a rabbit from the hat, maybe do something special so that they can win the championship? Best position so far has only been 2nd, and today they need to win.
Williams Esports have passed Falcon and they've gone. They have absolutely gone. We saw them pass Falcon, of course, but I didn't realise they were so far in front. 2 seconds, there's the gap. Well, it looks a bit less there, but
Wow, that's a lot.
But it does seem like a lot over 1 lap. 1.5 seconds or so for Sami Rastichogan, who is driving well at the moment. Now, just Phil Dinez go with the strategy of trying to push Woods to go faster and keep up with the Williams Esports car, or is he going to go for the strategy of I could go quicker if I was in front, so I'm just going to pass you in towards the Tiergarten? We will see as they go down the other side of the hill in towards the Tiergarten. Dinez, well, he was given that room by Woods there, very much so. He doesn't want to go for it. Well, that was a bit of miscommunication, I can't help but feel, between those guys. And there's the next group on the road with BS Competition now on the back of them. He's done a good job at getting through the traffic now, a little bit quicker than Elias Sepinen has, actually. And so he's very much in the running for that position now. But that was quite a miscommunication there for Phil Dinez Racing. As we're seeing some of the first penalties from the race coming in now. Stop and hold 10 seconds for the Eiffel Racing team for hitting Similia Esports. To answer your question as to what happened earlier, that must be the reason then Eiffel Racing were involved with that team's 2nd place in the SB3 Championship.
Well then, Nürburgring Esports, they are on the prowl right now, going side by side with the Team Nitro X Falcon car. That's at turn number 1. The number 17 does go for the longer outside route, which doesn't quite work because there's just not enough grip, and the Nürburgring Esports machine is able to hold on. The number 28 is also in this fight. This is turning out to be a phenomenal battle that we're seeing for the lower positions in the SP9 category. And my word, the battling just keeps on going in this class.
Certainly does. Certainly down the field as well. Have a look at that down the inside as well. In towards turn 5. That was the Mulliner Motorsport car having a bit of a peak. Couldn't get down the inside though of the RC Car Shop Esports car of Marcus Fisher. We still haven't seen M&J Downforce number 11 come in to serve their second penalty, by the way, so they'll be catching up to these guys while this is going on. And there's another mistake from the Mercedes of Andy Gulden. He's freight trained past there by Tim Heinemann and Marcus Fisher in towards the kink and now in towards the final chicane. Gulden's going to try and come back again on the Mustang, but he's not quite far enough alongside. And he will have to stay behind through that section of corners, and the 4 will go onto the north side for following Tim Heinemann, who gets to the front of the group.
And now we'll find out if the Mustang can actually keep up at the Nordschleife. Of course, it's a different build compared to the Porsche. Front engine full of weight. We'll talk about that in a second, because in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, Holland Motorsport are in the mix of a big crash. They hit the barriers, went on the grass, and somehow still survived that. I wouldn't have been able to control that car in a precarious position like that. But that is how intense the racing is turning out to be in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. And there's barely any room for any car. The competition is intense. Teams and drivers are pushing. And for Honda Motorsport, that could have been raced over in a matter of seconds. Luckily, they survive.
That must have been lap 1. As meanwhile, side by side through the final corners. Careful!
Oy.
That was close. PB Performance were the ones coming through into ninth place, and there's pit stops already. We'll see what they're doing down on pit lane in a few moments' time. But PB Performance, by the way, with the one sent sideways on the opening lap. You will have seen it in the background on the start of this race. They were all sorts of out of shape. Now they are up into ninth, though, ahead of Austrian sim racers and Holden Motorsport as well, who are still in the race despite the wild moment that we saw on the way towards Schwedenkreuz. Fudgesec by WNMS are just serving their penalty. All Sport are in pit lane. I thought that no, they don't have a penalty. They're just pitting in very early, so we'll see what they're doing down there.
I think they had damage.
Okay. They're out after 13 seconds again, Danny Spearman, so they just need well, they've made an extra stop. There's not many ways to cut that as a positive thing, really. Team Nitro Falcon Cup also in 127 into pit lane now. We haven't seen them receive a penalty, so that's something else as well. Tory Sports number 120, by the way, they've also got a 10-second time penalty at the moment. They're currently running in 8th place, very much on their own. But that's another one of the penalties coming through, and there will still be more. There are more investigations going on at the moment, including for the Williams Esports race leading car. That's not for the the speed on the way towards the line, you'll be pleased to know. But there may be a penalty coming for the race leader, so we'll keep an eye on that. As it was protested by number 4 for forcing them off the circuit.
And that's interesting. Not one race has gone past this year without having the leader investigated for something or the other. And that's not the only thing that the Williams Esports car was actually being investigated for. They also got a warning in qualifying for actually driving on the wrong side of the short lap. You have to take a right-hand turn from the GP circuit heading towards the start line. And the Williams Esports car was actually in the wrong place, and they could have impeded a couple of cars. And that's why they were under warning. They were under some sort of investigation, and the race control just let them out with just a tap on their wrist. So for Williams Esports, they're already treading in really dangerous water. 2 investigations so far. We're not sure if any one of them could lead to a penalty. They are leading, yes. They do have outstanding pace and are running away from the rest of the pack, but they need to keep it clean. This is the one chance the entire world has to see just how good Williams can be. They cannot make any procedural errors today. They've got to go in there and complete a clean race. And if they do, look at the kind of things they can do on track. I mean, already even, the gap is mind-boggling. Clearly, a 3-second margin between them and Falcon Sim Racing on the 3rd lap of this race. How are they just that quick? I don't get it.
At the moment, they would be moving up to second place in the championship if things stay as they are, as we've got more penalties coming through. That is the Dory Sports penalty I was telling you about, I think, a few moments ago. In number 109. Oh, excuse me, that's another penalty. That's for our sport, actually, for causing a collision. So that's another car getting a different penalty this time round. We're into traffic, though. The important parts of this race are very much upon us. There aren't too many large groups in the field, but this is one of them. There's one a bit further up as well. As we go back to the SP3s, we haven't seen very much of them at all so far, but I can tell you that Share Esport are leading the way by some distance already here, over 5 seconds ahead of the group for second place, which is, I think, is here. Adopt Don't Shop, Strub Cushion and Wolf Sim Racing, all making their way now down the dotting Hoe and trying to stay away from the SP9s, who will be coming up on them quite quickly.
Yeah, soon enough the SP9s will be coming close to the SP3s, and these guys have to be wary of that because they're going so much slower than the SP9s. And if you catch them out at some of the tougher corners of the entire circuit, let's say towards the middle section near the forest, then things could go really wrong. But hey, look at this, we were almost going 3 wide for a couple of seconds there. That's the home of Sim Racing Esports car in the orange on the right hand side, trying to get past Thomas Engel Sim Racing in the number 278. They're being pushed hard by the Ring Wizard Sim Racing car, and all three of them luckily keeping it safe as we come towards Tiergarten. The pack is being led by Thomas Engel Sim Racing, but for how long? Because these cars are great with their slipstream, and once you do have that slipstream, a dive bomb could be coming your way at one of the good overtaking corners. Is there going to be a move being executed at turn number 1? Not immediately, but it does look like Ring Wizard Sim Racing are going to exercise that option, and there they are, Ewan, sending it on the inside line. That could well be B6 for them.
That's quite close. Well, as we cut away from them, actually, just as they continue side by side. Thomas Engel Sim Racing started from pretty much the back of the field, by the way, so they've had a very good start so far. Looks like that is continuing as well, as Stilkers and AC Mayen getting a good exit here on the Adopt Don't Shop car in towards turn 2, and through goes number 272 into second place. As I say, they're a long way behind the leaders now. Share Esport, who are leading this race in SP3. Oh, it's off! The Impulse Racing Ferrari.
Oh no!
That was at the front of one of the main groups in SP9. They were 4th place, I think, and there's more to this story because there's other positions changed as well. 2 of the Mustangs coming through on the inside. One of them was M&J Downforce. I think the other one's RC Car Shop Esports. Oh, and it's off for the M&J Downforce car that goes straight into Impulse and into their fellow Mustang, the RC Car Shop Esports car. Oh, it's Hobbs Racing Team, excuse me. It's not RC Car Shop. It is the Hobbs Racing Team number 4, who have had to come into pit lane as well. And that is one of the bigger crashes we've seen this season, certainly among the SP9s.
And they all fall down. 1 accident, 3 cars taken out in 1 shot. This was a huge incident near Tiergarten. And it's insane that that section of corners is just such a hard place to race at, because you're constantly going side by side and you're making these micro movements on the steering wheel while you brake and turn at the same time. And at that point, you don't even know where your rivals are. The smallest of movements on the steering wheel, and you could end up hitting the other car, and that could take all of you out, which is exactly what we saw right there. And look at this, M&J Downforce hurt by that, Impulse Racing hurt by that. And yeah, Half Racing by Grid and Gold, they were having such a good race with Jeff Giassi. Now they find themselves back in P16. This could have well been a top 5 finish for them, but instead, they're going to have to execute a really tough recovery drive, and that is so disheartening. With 2.5 hours left to go. Yes, they do have time, but that pains me because they were doing just so good.
That's a real shame for them. They do have a faster pair and a chance to stay in the race, as it were, but that will cause their real-world drivers to do more laps than probably planned, and it will take their strategy immediately off course. Whether they'll have to do another extra stop as well is it remains to be seen. I'm not sure they'll quite have to do that, but it's not impossible. Meanwhile, the Porsches make their way through as one, the top 6 in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. RVW and SE Motorsport, by the way, in the AM class are 7th. So as you were saying earlier on, as we believe the point system is going to work out, although I'm not... Oh, wow, we'll get back to that. The big big move for the lead from Luca Kita down the inside, and he's got it. Share Esport there chasing them across the road, trying to make sure they didn't get the inside line. In the end, they weren't able to, and Luca Kita's taken the lead for the Apex Racing team.
Man, that got feisty. Apex Racing wanted it that much badly. And look at how far they went to do so, almost near the pit wall. And even the 116 Shader Esports car was dragging them right there, testing their patience, testing their guts and bravery. But the Apex Racing car was determined as ever to get that P1, and now they have done. And look at how it changes the championship order in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. Suddenly, the 119 is in first place, and their major rivals for second place in the championship, the 117 Shader car, are back down in P4. So the 119 gets 15 points, and the 117 will only get 8?
Six.
Yeah, six points. That could really change the battle for second on the grid. Let me just run my math and tell you how that'll influence things.
Yeah, it would have been exactly tied. They would have had the same 4 results in a different order if things were staying as they were, with them in second and fourth. But now that would put the Apex Racing team I don't say well in front, but because it is only a few points, but it would be quite a few points in front. You've got to worry about the Coanda team as well at the moment, of the Scherer team, although they're only 1 position behind them, so for the moment it's fine, but they'll just have to keep an eye on them. As we go back to, by the way, the Avia WNSE Motorsport car, just in the foreground there, that was a brief replay there of all goings on. I have a feeling has there been another crash or not? Maybe not. There's just been serving penalties. Want to get back to Avia WNSE Motorsport though, because 7th place in the AM part of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. If the point system is working the way we suspect it, and you were talking about earlier on, then anyone who finishes in the top 7 could win the championship today. You were right, but also that team is WNSE Motorsport at the moment. They are 7th place and would win the championship by being the only AM team to get 7th in the season so far. They've still got Tour Esports right behind them, and so that could be quite difficult to. They could be quite difficult to beat, but they're in a good position to start off with here.
Exactly, and they do have a small margin ahead of Dirt Esports and Alexander Thiem. But you're right, Dirt Esports are going to be a tough car to beat, because Alexander Thiem is a driver who's actually competed in the Porsche Esports Super Cup as well. That is great experience. So for Max Schnock and the Avia WNSE Motorsport machine, it will be a matter of such great pride if they can actually hold on to 7th place and become the only AM team in this entire season to do so. And talk about moments, right? You can have a terrible season if you're all stuck on 3 points each. But one good race, one good performance, and the entire balance of the AM championship can swing in your favor. And that is what seemingly is happening with the Avia WNSE Motorsport. Like, I remember DNLS 2 and the battle that they had at the end of it, where they were involved in a tremendous fight for the win with a couple of other cars. I think the Austrian Sim Racers DNLS team as well. They crashed out over there, barely got any points, and even after that, recovered and had a tough DNLS 3. Today though, one good start, one good qualifying, and suddenly they look poised to become the champions in the AM category. Wow, this championship can turn around in a matter of moments, even though we've got 12 hours of racing throughout the season. A couple of big moments here and there, and you could well become champion. How crazy is that?
It's as you were in SB10, with Apex in the head of the group, ahead of Falcon, Dor, BS and Sim RC. Grid and Go are at the front of the field by 5 seconds with Aaron Vasquez. So it's Peter Barron at the front of this group ahead of Jonas Vanner, then Max Snyder and Ruben Bonga and Corentin Guine at the back end of the field in this 5-car group. And you can see the gap behind, by the way. They have got ages, 12 seconds back to the group at the back end of the field. We've had some very important penalties come through in the last couple of moments, though. 10 seconds time penalty for Team Williams, number 5, for pushing another car off track. Turn 1, lap 1. It was the Hubs Racing team by Grid and Go car they pushed off, by the way, and so they will lose 10 seconds in this first pit stop. Stop and hold 10 seconds for the R-Sport Porsche car, which we've already talked about, and Austrian Sim Racers will have a 10-second time penalty as well for causing a collision with Holder Motorsport in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. So the race lead is going to change hands in the first pit stop phase, and it's because of another penalty for the pole sitters.
And the streak is still alive. 4 races in the DNLS and 4 times the pole sitters have gotten a penalty for some reason. It's insane. This season, I don't want to call it cursed because from a viewer standpoint, it's been a phenomenal season. And as a neutral, we've enjoyed it so much. But 4 pole sitters and 4 penalties for them. I don't think I've ever commentated on the championship like this in all of my life, be it real world, be it virtual, whatever it might be. This is unprecedented stuff. How has this happened? And for Williams also, Ewan, I find it surprising that Williams Esports, a team that's so decorated, a team that's so quick, with such great drivers as we see, the number 22, M&J Downforce 2 car come to the pit lane to serve their stop. Again, coming back to Williams, I find it surprising that a team of their caliber, of their performance, of their quality of drivers, of their operational excellence, has had 3 penalties this year, and now their one chance of winning a race could also well be gone because of something that they just did in terms of a driving error. I don't know, man. This is all absurd.
The Impulse Racing team have just come out again after losing effectively an entire lap. Number 22, M&J Downforce, is in as well. So that's 5 teams now have made a stop out of the 19 in SB9. We expect them to make 3 stops over the course of the day, with the maximum doing 7 laps a stint. We have seen 8 actually this season, which if you could do more consistently would be, I think, a winning strategy. But anyway, teams don't want to quite save the fuel, and indeed might not be able to save quite the fuel required to do that. So 3 stops it is for everybody. And M&J Downforce just making the first of those. This is further down in SB3, where Share Esport are leading by nearly 10 seconds now from Adopt Dope Shop, who are on your screen here, and Wolf Motorsport as well, who are in second. Storm Caution AC Mayen have gone into pit lane by the looks of things, so that's why they're no longer around. That's quite early for them, to be honest, in SB3. Don't see very many pit stops at this, and in fact something's weird's going on with my timing screen at the moment. Maybe they've crashed in number 272. No, it's just updated, excuse me. 36 seconds in the box, and they're back out onto the circuit again. So early pit stops in SP3, but nothing to worry about particularly. Yeah, these cars can go quite a long way on fuel, so we'll see if they can do 2 stops from there, or whether they'll have to make a 3rd one a bit later.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever had them make 3 pit stops though. SP3s, they normally just do 2. But then again, we haven't quite seen any SP3 car throughout the season box that early. They've largely been very good, they've been very quiet and very composed in terms of their racing action. But I think this is the earliest we have seen the SP3 pack split up totally. Because normally we have like a really cool stint at the start. I think they end up doing some decent 8 or 9 laps together. Yeah, 8 laps in the first stint for the SP3s, and then they start to break away, and then you see a couple of packs opening up, a couple of cars at the top will be fighting up with each other, and then there'll be 3 or 4 cars fighting for 4th, 5th, 6th, something like that. But today it's all opened up very, very quickly, and I think that's all to the chaos that we've had. Share Esports have run away with it. Adopt Don't Shop and Wolf Motorsport are fighting for 2nd, and they are close to each other. Then 5 seconds behind them, we have the 4 cars that are Thomas Enger, Home of Sim Racing, Spiller Esports, and Ring Wizard. And then beyond that, we have a few cars behind them. So it's really become a bit quiet, and dare I say a little bit boring in the SP3 class, with Share Esports actually dominating. But here's to hoping that Wolf Motorsport and Adopt Don't Shop can actually make fun. And hey, speaking of which, the boringness has disappeared. We are seeing fighting in the SP3 class.
Yeah, how dare you, by the way. Battle for 4th goes on. Thomas Enger Sim Racing at the front of it. They are actually getting away here in a pretty remarkable start to the race for them. Side by side, though, between Somilia and Ringsfitter going towards Schwedenkreuz, and they'll get away with it. They'll have to get into line pretty quickly now for the Mustang. But yeah, 277 does look like it's missing a front end to me, and there's the signs of damage from earlier on when they made contact with Eiffel Racing.
I think it looks good. I think it's perfect. A bent and a damaged touring car is a good touring car. Perfect, right? You don't need downforce. Who needs downforce in a Clio? All you need is mechanical grip and some guts, which the Spiller Esports team clearly has, and a drive to go win, which is what they also have too. I think they're good to go, man. Broken front bumper or not, it doesn't even matter in these cars. It does. It does.
Someone has just... yeah, that was Marco Senik in the Ring Physic car going down the inside, trying to off home of sim racing and sort of carting them off the road as they were behind the trees. So there's another change. But I mean, you don't need too much downforce in these clothes, but it is acting like a bit of a parachute at the front of the car, I would have thought. Big gaping hole at the front, not quite passing the air as well as it could be. So that will be rectified during the first pit stop. Meanwhile, change for the lead in the Porsche category as Luca Kita is overtaken by Rafael Renhofer in the Scherer Esport Porsche. And so Renhofer moves to lead again. And this is the start of an exchanging lead that's going to go on throughout the next few minutes, because that is 2 lead changes in the last 2 laps now for these two.
And they just aren't going to stop at all. Apex Racing are hungry and determined to go out and win this race. Because if they do, that's when they have a chance to be second in the championship and take it away from their rivals, the number 117 Scherer Esports car. And the Scherer car is actually pretty close by too. I mean, in this class, Scherer, number 117, currently in 4th, with only Coanda and Apex separating them from that race lead as it stands. And the Apex, look at the body language of the car. Look at the way they're actually closing in and are right on the tail of that number 116 Scherer car. They are hungry for more, and they are not going to settle for second place this time. But fair play to Rafael Renhofer. I didn't expect them to get back into the lead that quickly, even though they are the champion team. Still, what a performance. And now it's game on. Not just one, but we have a total of 6 cars in legitimate contention for the race lead. I don't think we've seen something like this in the Cup category so far this year, for sure. We saw this in the SP10s, but in this class, yeah, bring it on. We want more of this.
This is a very good start to the race. The problem with this category is that everyone's got different pit strategies, and that means that different pit stop times, and they're not likely to stay this close for the remainder of the race quite like this, but hopefully it will be at least a close finish as the strategies converge at the very end of this race in 2 hours 21 minutes time. They're just on the back of the SB3s now, it turns out. Clio's a bit more spread apart than what the SB9s had to deal with a little bit earlier on in this race. And it's not for the first time, or not the last time I should say, this afternoon. The Porsche Cup cars will have to go past the SB3 category with 2 hours 21 to go. They're going to get past this car, all of them, around the outside through Kesselchen before the real difficult corners get underway. Here's a good slipstreaming chance, by the way, for Luca Kita on the way up the hill. How desperate is he to get that lead back again? Well, no, not that desperate. Or is he? He has a little look, but no, doesn't go for it. It would have been brave, but decides to stay behind. I get the feeling on the long straight he will go for it.
Yeah, at this stage of the race, it's all about sending a message and making sure that the number 116 Scherer Esports car is full well aware of them being close by. This is all it, right? It's partly mind games also, because you need to intimidate the car ahead of you and force them into making a mistake. Now, the 116 Scherer is a tough car to force into making a mistake because they've been just so good this year. And they've been ice cold throughout the season. But still, you've got to do their part. And Luca Kita in that 119 Apex machine in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, trying his best to make sure that he can force a mistake out. In the meantime, fastest lap of Phil Denez in the Mahler Racing team, who currently find themselves in second place, as the Falcon Sim Racing team have actually made a pit stop. They were second overall and second in the SP9 category. They would have actually cycled out as your leaders after the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Williams car would have made their pit stop. But only after 5 laps, the Falcon Sim Racing team has actually gone to the pit lane. And I find that surprising, you, because a normal stint length in the SP9 class. Whoa!
That was close. All right, just as we were... I was looking at the time screen in SP9, and there's all sorts of interesting going on there, but that's Corin Guidi having a look down the inside of the BS Competition BMW. He couldn't quite squeeze himself through there, and in the end he had to back out of it just about, but he was flashing the lights down the foot row there as they were running 4th and 5th rather. They are currently battling away. Meanwhile, the Apex Racing team are indeed winning this championship. Grid and Go would be up to second as it stands, according to that graphic there. I'll need to go and double check that myself, but I'm going to presume that's correct. There's no reason for me not to. So Grid and Go second, Simossi third, then Falcon in fourth. Very good news for Good and Go. I think they'll, even though they're not going to win the championship at the moment, that'd be a very successful day for them if they were to take the win and indeed move up to second in the championship.
Yeah, that's a lot of prize money that they're going to be gaining just by one day. They walked into this race as the fourth place team. They could well walk out as it stands as the second placed one, and that is quite something for them. In the meantime, though, the fighting never stops in the SP3s, and we've seen these racers go head to toe against each other for such a long time, for the last 50-odd minutes. That's Thomas Enger Sim Racing and Ringfizzer Sim Racing going wheel to wheel with each other as we head towards Tiergarten. And then again, the 278, the Thomas Enger Sim Racing car, currently maintaining the advantage. Ringfizzer close by. And look, they've actually broken away from the Smiller Esports X Entropy car behind them. Broken away is pun intended because, again, even their bumper is broken away. But that's not really impacting them as much as they're now rejoining that train and becoming a part of that slipstream gang. This will make them a part of that group, and now they can fight for it. But still, no moves being made so far heading into turn number 1. But
a small look. That time.
A small look, yeah.
But
there's some bit of intimidation here and there.
Not a move, a little bit. And again, there you go. Looking up the inside again. I still think that damage on the front end of Smiley is really affecting them in a straight line rather than anywhere else. That's a bit of a cut across. Dear, oh dear. Not sure the logic of that, really. But anyway, they'll hold on to their place. Moving right the way from the AstroTurf from the right all the way to the left-hand side, and now they're moving all the way to the right again. Marco Simic here down the inside in towards the right-hander. Slides, but he's through for Ringfizzer Sim Racing. A bit ungainly, but he is through. Leon Weigel just in behind for Smilia is looking to go through as well and can't quite do it. And look at that behind. That's not what you want to see. 6 Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring cars following an SB9, and they're rubbing down the straight as well towards the kick. This is getting physical between these two. Weigel on the outside, matches Blizzard just going to come through on the inside now for the chicane. Now where are the Porsches going to go? Well, Keats has had a fantastic run through here. Coanda are up to second place.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen. Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
Welcome back to the North Side. Apologies for that. We got so excited we forgot where we were going. That was, and in the wall, just as we come straight back to where 279 running straight into the wall and now flashing the lights, and they've got suspension damage. They have got suspension damage. We'll have some replays, I'm sure, lined up as to what's gone on in the last few moments, but that is suspension damage, I'm sure, for Thomas Enger Sim Racing and Maciej Bluzic in that car. Suddenly down another couple of places. Similia have got up to third. Home of Sim Racing are now ahead of Ringfizzer Sim Racing, who've lost some time in the Porsche Cup class. Luca Keita is away with Gabriel Solomon, as we suspected would happen. Rafael Renhofer is a second or so behind. Julian Raymer very much on his own. And Frost by Go and Loferson are now down at the back, just a couple of seconds away. So it has very much split apart after that big bit of traffic there on the Grand Prix circuit.
Man, that got so hairy over there. It was turning out to be such a great battle between Thomas Enger Sim Racing, Ringfizzer, and Home of Sim Racing Esports. But Thomas Enger Sim Racing, with that damage now, can count themselves out of the mix, as they'll have to go in the pits and make some changes to take care of that. In the meantime, though, Holder Sim Racing closely fighting with the Avia WNSC Motorsports car. No, that's the Austrian Sim Racers DNLS machine. And that is for P10 in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy class. Both of them fighting very hard. It's a very intense battle, this, and we'll see how that cycles out. But coming back to SP9s, and my brain has been constantly working hard to sort of figure out why or what that happened over here. But Falcon Sim Racing team, they went into the pit lane from second place, and effectively they would have been P1 because, of course, Williams Esports are having a 5-second penalty that they have to serve when they make their pit stop. So Falcon Sim Racing have voluntarily dropped down from P2 to P11, and they made a pit stop just within 4 laps. I find that baffling. Why is that? I don't get why in actually 5 laps time they went for their first pit stop when they can easily do 7 or 8 laps.
I think it's just taking their short stop first. So I don't entirely know the reason for wanting to do that, but effectively you're making 3 stops in SB9 today. One of them's going to be quite short compared to the others. They clearly wanted to do their short one first. Ideally, you don't want to be going any shorter than sort of 22 seconds or so, because that's what a 4-tyre change is. If you can get 3 new sets of tyres on, there's no limit. So if you can get 3 sets of tyres on, then that is ideal. But we will... we'll see how the strategy goes, and you don't always get it to work out quite like that. So we'll keep an eye on it. But Lewis Woods has indeed made an early and shorter stop. After 6 laps, Williams and Marler carry on. So it'll be 1 more for the race leaders as the SP10s make their way onto the north side for again. Williams Esports will have to serve their 10-second time penalty at the end of this lap.
Can we just dissect that for a second? Because the Falcon Sim Racing team, who are fighting for the win, remember, have made a pit stop in 5 laps. It's going to be a 23-lap race, and you normally want to make it a 3-stopper. So you've done 5 already, which means you've got 18 laps to go, and these cars can actually do 7 laps very comfortably if they're not in a draft race. Sometimes 8 if they are in a draft race. So expect 7 laps to be the next sort of window. So minus 7 from the 18, you've got 11 odd laps. That's pit stop number 2. And then you make 1 more. So when is that stop going to come in? It's all very volatile, right? They don't necessarily have to split it all evenly. They could do 5 laps here, 7 laps in the next, and then maybe have a different split in the final one. Which means that reading and understanding where Falcon Sim Racing are is going to be very challenging until we get to the final hour of the race. And that's where we'll get to see the reality of the situation in SP9. So we're in for a treat, I'd say. We're in for total volatility. We don't even know who's going to win this class until the very, very end. So I'd say bring it on. What an end to the championship we're going to get.
Absolutely. Still 2 hours 10 to go in the final round. And it is in SP10. Still Aaron Vasquez leading for Grid and Go. Then Peter Berryman is at the front of this group, followed by Jonas Banner. Max Snyder, Corin Taguines is now ahead of Ruben Bonga at the back end of the group. So SimRC realising, I think, that pit stops are not that far away. They're coming to the end of lap 6 now as well. So it could be another couple of laps, 1 more time past the pit lane maybe. So towards the end of the stint, Greenhead trying to gain some of those places back again that he lost on lap 1. Don't forget, he was running inside the top 3 off of the start, and he got through the Grand Prix circuit inside the top 3. However, he has since dropped back on that end of the first lap, and he's now having to work his way back through again. Probably a good idea, but not the race start he would have wanted there. He's certainly onto the back foot pretty quickly. With that pass, though, he might now be back into second in the championship. It will certainly be close.
Yeah, exactly, and that's something for us to keep an eye on as the race progresses. Just how will this battle evolve over the course of the entire race? Because there's a lot at stake in this one. AMG Team Apex Racing fighting for the win, and as it stands, they will be good. But my eyes are very firmly peeled on SimRC and what they're doing, because they need to be faster. They need better laps than that. Their last lap was an 8-minute 28.534. That's not quick enough compared to all the other cars around them. Every single machine ahead of them was actually faster. And I find it surprising that SimRC and their Mercedes are just not that quick. Maybe it's the pack effect. Maybe they just don't have enough clean air to actually go out and push very well, because SimRC have clearly been the second fastest team in this entire category so far this year. But today they're behind. Today they're catching up, and that's not a very SimRC way to run a race. Normally they're the ones in control and managing everything firmly at the very top. Aaron Vasquez, though, he's just running away with it at the top.
Certainly is. And there is a stop and hold 60 for number 33. Have we already commented on that? Pole Promotion Esports? I don't think we have, actually.
Yeah. I think so.
They are only under investigation as far as I can see on my sheet, but anyway, we'll get back to that. They were the team on pole for the first round of the season, by the way, and haven't been inside the top 5 since. 5th is where they finished that day, and unfortunately it's been a disappointing season afterwards for them. This is the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, by the way. The front of this field now looks a lot different to what it did earlier on. That much is certain. In towards the fast chicane, and it is now just 3 for the lead. That bit of SP3 traffic there was a huge effect on this battle.
Yeah, it's totally broken off the entire pack. I remember we had some 6 cars fighting very closely. Apex, Coanda, Scherer, both of them actually. Frozen Speed by Grid and Go, and also Alon Fritzen. But there's a split pack between them now, as you can see. Apex are leading, Coanda second, and the Scherer 116 third. And then behind them, we have the 117 Scherer, followed by the Frozen Speed Grid and Go and Alon Fritzen Racing. As it stands, it won't be a 1 and 2 in the championship for Scherer. 116, of course, are the champions, but for the 117, they need to close up to that front pack and then hope that the 116 gives them that position, because otherwise, it's going to be really tough for them to actually find their way into second and make it a 1-2 for that team in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. And also, I think that's also going to dent their overall championship hopes, isn't it, Ewan? Because the 116 Scherer were near perfect. Now they're not going to have a total of 60 points as it stands. They're not going to have the perfect overall season, which would go, in fact, to their teammates in the SP3 class, the Scherer Esports number 269. So interesting how the overall championship is also progressing across the classes.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be gutted about that, to be honest, because they are only going to be handed over to their teammates. But even so, it is something that's changing at the moment. As we look back at the SP10s coming towards the end of their lap. Now, the Door Esports car has just been losing touch with those up ahead, and Corentin Guinet is absolutely aware of that. He is just on the back of the Aston Martin here, through in towards Gaulinkov. For another lap. This is the end of lap 6 for these guys, by the way. Should be able to do one more at the end of this one. Out towards the line, and Guinet now is surely going to want to go through. Losing touch with those up ahead is not really an option, because they want to win this championship, and they're going to need to finish ahead of the Apex Racing team to do so. Look at the gap you can see just in front here, and if Falcon Sim Racing push the Apex Racing team, then it's going to be trouble. They go alongside them though, to the left-hand side for second place. The Apex Racing team are going to fall backwards in that case. Corentin Guinet needs to try and follow through here, and he is going to. He's got a bit of speed right towards the very end. We're not going to see it. Oh, maybe we are. Outside line for us, Tiergarten, and he is going to get through. So Corentin Guinet does get to 4th place. Now only 1 place behind the Apex Racing team, because they've been passed as well.
Nicely done then by Corentin Guinet. Good move heading into Tiergarten, and now it's time for pit stops for the entire pack as they come in for their first stops after 6 laps of racing. So watch out for the SP10s. They're going to get a full proper service, and there's also been a penalty for car number 22, a stop and hold for 5 seconds. The number 22 would mean MNJ downforce 2. That's something we've actually covered before. Not having a real world driver, and that's the price you pay for that.
Isn't that a 5-second penalty for a collision? I think.
Well, that's a separate one. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I saw 5 seconds. Also, it's number 22 rather than
not 11, yeah.
Number 11. So, yeah, we have had a few more penalties coming through, by the way. At 60 seconds for Pole Promotion Esports for no real-world driver. Not sure what's quite taking so long there, but that has now been done there. And for number 44, Falcon Sim Racing team as well. So a couple of teams with no real-world driver have only just been given that now. Unfortunately, that means that number 44 is no longer going to be in effect for the race leading battle. and Williams versus Marlow will now go on because they are now into pit lane. We're watching these guys out onto the circuit, but I can tell you that down on pit lane, Brin and Go have had a couple of seconds longer pit stop than the likes of the Apex Racing Team, BS Competition, etc. They are second and third, or going to be. Then it'd be Falcon Sim Racing Team, Sim RC, Dover Esports Academy. So the front six all came in, the bottom four of the SP10 stayed out, and they're now the front four because they've gone on to a 7th lap.
Yeah, you're right about that. And the pecking order we shall find out properly at the end of this lap, because there's been lots of changing. But Grid and Go are still provisionally first of that pack. AMG Team Apex Racing are second, BS Competition third, Falcon fourth, and Sim RC in fifth in that whole pack. Again, that is the net position, because as of now, that pack is occupying P5 to P10 as a result of the top four currently staying out there. However, more to report in the SP9 class. They have all made their pit stops, and Williams have still cycled out as your leaders. They did stay in for 23 odd seconds, whereas there are other cars who have stayed out for longer. But at the end of that pit stop cycle, even, we are seeing Falcon Sim Racing, who was second when they made their pit stop, now coming back out in third. So that is interesting. Now, it is to be noted that the Falcon Sim Racing Team did have a longer pit stop compared to all the other cars, which means that I suspect they'll have less fuel saving to do in this stint. But that said, they have come out 16 seconds behind Williams in spite of their 5-second penalty. That's interesting. That is something to watch for. Falcon have really gone long in this stint.
Yeah, and of course they'll drop back with their bigger penalty later on. But for the moment, they are up towards the front in third. So Williams haven't served their time penalty yet for 10 seconds. Would have thought they'd do that at their first stop. Unless that's a time penalty that's going to be added on to the end of the race. I thought you'd add that on to your pit stop, but maybe that's going to come at the end of the race instead. Meanwhile, the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring leaders make their way down the Dottinghoe again. Shouldn't be a pit stop for them this time round. They can do 8 laps in this class, and that does give them not much strategic flexibility, but less time in the pit lane. Here comes Gabriel Solomon in the Coanda car, just dipped out for a second and then tucks back in again to Luca Kita, with Scherer holding back. I wonder whether they're waiting for turn one or whether they're just staying in line for the next few moments.
Yeah, let's see how aggressive the Scherer Esports 116 actually is in this battle. Remember, they don't have to be. They've actually sealed the championship, but still lots to play for in them. And maybe they can upset the other teams fighting for the championship alongside them. Maybe Apex, maybe Coanda. Can they become a dark horse there? And can they help their teammates in the number 117 car who was stuck behind in that pack that you saw right there at the back of your screen? But we are coming to a stage where we have 2 hours left in this race, with 60 minutes of racing action over and done with. Most of the classes do have a very firm established leader, but there are going to be lots of changes coming in, particularly in SP9. While, as we expect the Williams Esports car to make their pit stop and serve their penalty later on. Yes, they have done 1 pit stop, but I don't think they've served their 10-second penalty. So I think a lot is going to change in that pack there as well. But the same can't be said for the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, where Apex are leading and on merit, which is phenomenal to see.
Certainly is. Up in the top left of your screen, by the way, is an interview with Daniel Sorg that's going on the German feed. If you can understand German, then you're more than welcome to go and listen to it. But he's only there on video for hours. We're unfortunately not going to chat to him, so that's why you're seeing this bit of a split screen at the moment. We'll try and keep you updated as to what's going on up and down the field as we do it here. As Williams Esports currently lead this race ahead of the Marlow Racing Team, and then Falcon Sim Racing, Paul Promotion Esports and BS Competition are battling away for 4th at the minute. But we're at that stage in the race already where there's been plenty of different pit stop times. In fact, just 11 seconds in the box for Pole Promotion, which is going to shoot them up the order a bit further than you otherwise might see. You can see the order in the Porsche Cup class. We haven't seen that change particularly today. Or not in the last lap, I should say. In SP10, we are just coming towards the end of another lap, and there will be pit stops to report there when we get to them. But the Apex Racing Team are the ones who've already benefited from the pits phase as much as possible. That has given them what will be second place. And in SB3, Esports have just come over the line again to start another lap. They've not stopped. They are just starting lap number 7. And they might well be in the pit lane at the end of this one, but for the moment they are staying out on the circuit and continuing on for now. So it is, as you were, pretty much across the board as we complete, as you say, the first hour of this race. 10 hours of the season gone, just 2 more hours still to go, and we're shaping up for the at the end of this season, and indeed the battles that are going to sort themselves out at the very finale for championships and so on, as we focus in on SRS Team Soil Grandsport. As we've been focusing away from these guys, by the way, the AMs in the Porsche Cup class have lost the top 7, so then we're no longer in that situation where they're just getting the championship off of one result. I'm not sure what they're going to do to figure out who's going to win the championship if it stays like this, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly, because we don't really have a separate classification for the AM category. We are rewarding the top AM driver and the top AM team. By driver, I mean driver pairing, because that's how it's mentioned in the regulations. But we don't really have specific AM category points. So the winner of the AM class isn't getting 15 points for winning a race. They just are included as a part of the overall Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy classification, which means that so far this year, nobody has scored more than 1 point in that class because nobody has actually broken through into the top 7. And I get it. I get it, because the teams in the top 7 in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy are really good, and they prepare for far, far longer. And remember, we decided this classification of Pro and Am on the basis of a shootout that we had before the start of the season, and that's how we decided which teams will go in the Pro and which teams will go in the Am. But interesting to see that none of them have been able to break in, and now Alexander Team and Dirt Esports are in 7th place. So I wonder what's the way out, and they have to decide who's going to be the top AM team even, because there's a lot of prize money attached to that and lots of pride as well. I mean, that team will actually be invited to the award ceremony at one of the Porsche Endurance Trophy races at the Nordschleife later this year, and they'll be felicitated there. So it's a big occasion for all these teams.
I suspect, although I've got no idea or basis for saying this, I'm just going to put out what I suspect will happen. In much the same way that countback works on most race wins, then most second place, then most third, etc. It might start with most 8th place, most 9th, most 10th, you know what I mean, and then go down from there. That might be the best way to do it. That might be the way they do it. I'm not entirely sure. But I would have thought there'd be a separate point system created actually for the AMs. Obviously less points available because there aren't very many of them, but that's not happened. They're all in one big standings.
Exactly. But there's one more caveat to this. It's not just countback that decides results in the DNLS. If it's tied, before the countback, there's one very interesting metric that the organizers use to decide who's going to be ahead and who's going to be behind. And that is penalty points. Yeah, believe it or not, if there is a tie, the first thing that the organizers will look at is penalty points. So if you guys are tied on penalty points, that's when they go actually to the countback and figure out who has the most first places or second places, or in this case, the most 8th or 9th places. But penalty points is a very, very interesting way to do so, and you're going to be greatly rewarded for how clean you can be throughout the season. If my reading of this is correct, I don't think any of them actually have a lot of penalty points, but that's something we should just double check and get back to you on.
Yes, we'll check back. We also need to check probably the situation in SP10 between SimRC and Apex, because I think if there's ever a championship that's going to come down to countback, then it is going to be that one. They are only 3 points apart coming into today. This has not been with us so far. And so we need to, we need to check on those guys as well and see what goes on. There is a protest here by Williams on the Marlow Racing Team for, and I'm quoting here, game exploitation. Now, it's a pit lane entry on lap 7, so I don't know what that is going to be all about, but a very interesting protest going on, and there has been some protests between the Marlow Racing Team and by extension BS Competition and Williams Esports. They've been protesting each other fairly regularly this season, and there's another one. So That's going to be investigated by race control. A very interesting one that could actually decide this race. They are top 2 at the moment.
Game exploitation can mean multiple things. Have they found a hack or a small shortcut or something like that that's helping them actually have a shorter pit stop time? And if that's the case, that's actually a little odd, because I suppose all the teams would know this, considering how much time they actually prepare for these races. And they'll be doing 1,000 pit entries, so they surely must have known what exactly can be done here. I wonder what's up. I wonder what sort of interesting tactics are being played around here and what they really mean by game exploitation. If only we can get these drivers on an interview and actually ask them, but I suppose now's not the right time. Right? They won't really be telling us a lot of what they see, so let's see.
They certainly wouldn't be telling us, I wouldn't have thought.
Not until there's a decision, for sure.
And after we interviewed Lucas Muller, by the way, the Falkenstein racing team, not long after they crashed, so I'm not sure our reputation's brilliant at the moment. It might be a bit difficult to pull someone in. We might have to drag them in by the collar or something, because otherwise it could be difficult. We'll see. We'd like to have anyone for an interview, by the way. If you're a driver listening or watching, then there is a waiting room, but we'll be able to get to you at some point. Meanwhile, the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring cars are all in together, as you'd expect to see. So they make their stops first of the day. Julian Raymer is the car that's pulled up to the very front. I'll tell you about what happened on the exit, but this is going to be very interesting in terms of tyres. We were talking about the track temperature earlier on, and whether that's going to play a role. In most of the classes, you can change tyres and refuel at the same time, so it doesn't particularly matter. However, it will matter here. And immediately out the pit lane come Share Esport 116 and the Apex Racing team in Coanda, all on the same pit stop time. In fact, everybody's got the same pit stop time. So the 6 stay together, and that is surprising a little bit. None of them, to my mind, changing tyres there, I don't think.
No, that's not the case. And it's going to be interesting to see how they go from here. Because not having any strategic volatility means that they're all going to be bunched up together. And it all comes down to raw pace and how they manage their driving. And in that case, I thought it was pretty stable in the first stint. We didn't really see lots of chopping and changing after Share Esports were able to assume the lead later on. So it's going to be interesting. Clearly, Apex and Coanda are banking on their driving to make a difference in this stint. And Share being the leaders, they don't want to do something very experimental. And they just want to do their basics right and want to maintain the lead. So where does that put Apex? Where does that put Coanda? What about Share 117? What about Lone Fritson? How are they going to be fighting for a win from a situation like this where there's barely any strategic volatility? Maybe they go for a shorter stint in this particular pit stop cycle, and maybe they try something different in the last stop. I don't know, but I don't think the the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy is going to stay as it is, because clearly there are lots of teams and drivers who are hungry for better results, and they won't let this result slide, not least the Apex and the Share Esports 117 cars.
They are split into 2 trios again, by the way. So, while they all did leave pretty much together, they are split into 2 sets of 3, as they were in the first stint, so that part has not changed. We've gone back to Liberty Esport versus the team at the Apex Racing team here, number 49. This is the battle for 4th place, and that, by the way, on the left-hand side was Daniel Sorg, who was being interviewed on the German live stream. If you want to listen to the full interview, you can rewind, although you do have to understand German to get anything from it, I suppose. But unless YouTube does translated subtitles for live broadcasts, I've not tried that, but maybe they do. I don't know. Anyway.
Maybe they won't need us next year if that's the case. I hope not.
Yeah. It's a good way of learning a language, by the way, if anyone's interested, although I've still not managed it. You can put the subtitles on while watching YouTube. It's quite a good idea. Anyway, battle for 4th place continues on, and I'd expect, if it doesn't happen before, Liberty Esport are going to be passed on the straight here. Their pit stop was a bit shorter than the Apex Racing teams by about 6 seconds. You'd imagine Apex will go a lap further on fuel as a result, and Liberty came in a lap earlier anyway, so maybe they'll pit at the same time actually. But anyway, we'll see what they get to. I don't think they're going to get to the pit stop phase together anyway. It's just a bit of an inconvenience for Max Godinho at the moment in the Mercedes, because this is a pass he'd rather not be making, but he's having to lose time now behind this Porsche.
And this is absolutely frustrating for the AMG team Apex Racing, because they don't belong here. I mean, they're fighting for a higher position, but Liberty are keeping them behind on merit. They, of course, made a pit stop a lap earlier than AMG team Apex Racing and hence have cycled out ahead. Of course, they also had a shorter pit stop, which also explains why they're suddenly ahead of Apex, where before this stint they were actually behind them. And this is interesting because it's not like Maxence Coutinho is owed anything by the Liberty Esports car ahead. They're not going to be given blue flags. They're not going to be letting Apex Racing go past just like that. They are fighting for position. And Apex, remember, are not fighting with Liberty or BS. They have their fight with Mahler Racing Team for second place in this championship. And as it stands, Mahler are chilling at the top. They have roughly 40 seconds between themselves and Apex in P5. And the time is just getting piled on by Apex staying further behind. Whoa!
Number 1, Norby Kish has been in the wall somewhere. The reigning champions, the champions in waiting, are in the wall and out of the running for this final race of the season. Big damage there for Norby Kish somewhere. There was cars slow all over the circuit down there at the Stefan Bella Fest. These two roared past. Now it's a battle for the podium between Frederick Gutten and Maxence Coutinho in the Apex Racing Team Mercedes. That is astonishing. And a rare error from Norby Kish, or was he hit by somebody else? We'll get a view on that as to what happened in a few moments' time, but a huge moment for this race.
And those moments could really define the way this battle plays out too, because now BS competition have been eliminated from the mix. Suddenly, this is the fight for P3 and P4 in the SP9 class. And Apex are on the prowl. They're really pushing for it on the Tiergarten section of the circuit. But yeah, Liberty still staying ahead. And in the meantime, our champions BS behind.
Oh, that was very close. Apex there broke a bit too late and very nearly got into the back of the Porsche. But yeah, Norby Kish still trying to get it back to pit lane. MJ Downfalls in the meantime come into pit lane as well. Number 22. That's for their stop and hold 5 seconds for causing a collision with number 4 earlier on in the race. It was on lap 3. Don't forget into the last turn. On getting onto the grass. Just a bit of an error really, rather than a malicious bit of driving, but they still get a 5 second stop and hold for it. Meanwhile, Gera Esport are leading the way all of a sudden. And Rafael Renhofer is ahead of Luca Kita and Gabriel Solomon. It just shows that you can't keep a good team down. And Renhofer is back to the front again with an hour 46 to go.
And for Apex Racing, this is going to be challenging. They had the option of having some degree of strategic variability coming in the first pit stop, but they chose not to. They all had the same pit stop length, they all had the same pit stop times, and essentially this front three is staying as they are. And it's the driving that's got to make the difference now, because they really can't do anything else, at least for the next few laps. And I wonder when they'll actually go for the next pit stop cycles. As of now, all clear. Apex are holding on. And this is the part of the race where things actually slow burn. This is not where you see lots of drama. It's not where you see drivers going crazy and making kamikaze moves. This is where they are building towards that final hour of the race, because that's where you win or lose it. At this point, all you have to do is make sure that you stay ahead with the leaders and make sure that you save your fuel enough so that maybe you can save time in the pit stops. And then in that final 30-45 minutes, that's where you go for it. That's where you gun for it. So in this stint, don't expect much from Apex and Coanda, but later on, in an hour's time, they will be going crazy.
Still just one stop to go, don't forget, in this class. You don't have to make 3 stops, instead just the 2. But no tyre changes made just yet. I guess the heightened track temperature has not been heightened enough to change the strategy, particularly for these teams. And in any case, even if it's the wrong one, then none of the top 6 know about it, because they've all done the same thing. So it doesn't really matter. It's not going to be that detrimental for someone outside of that to catch up. Austrian sim raters are the ones in 7th at the moment, because they're the only one of the AMs who haven't taken any tyres so far in that pit stop, which is, and it's complete now. So, yeah, they are, that's why they're out front. Porsches get themselves to the end of the lap, and Luca Kita stays behind Renhofer here into the Tirgon. But is that going to last all the way to turn 1, I wonder? Or are we seeing a status quo here at the beginning of the stint?
Yeah, I think it'll be a bit of status quo. There's obviously a slight disadvantage for leading. You have clear air, and that is a good thing. But then also, you can't stay in the slipstream of another car and save a bit of fuel, which they would like to, because they've all had equal pit stop times in the last stint. So they would like to be able to have a small advantage, regardless of whatever it is. Even if they can save out a single second in that next pit stop cycle, they'd love to do so. But hey, Coanda are on the attack though. They're looking on the inside line of that Apex car, but they blocked off the line very, very well. And it is still status quo at the top of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy class. But as I was saying, if you can be second or third in this pack, and even if you can save a little bit of fuel towards the final part of the race, it will be beneficial. Because look, the gap is all under a second for each of them. If you can be half a second faster in the pit stop, that might be the difference between you being third and you being first. And at the final part of the race, track position might be the most important thing that you could have.
Maybe we'll see how this race turns out. Don't forget that number 116 might well be trying to stop these two cars just in behind from overtaking their teammates, but Alonfredson Racing are doing more damage to that than anybody else at the moment. Garrett Esport 117 only scoring 3 points from the day as it stands, which would be their worst result of the season, even though it's only 5th, but even so, would be their worst result of the season. Or would it? No, I've got the maths wrong, apologies. It would be tied worst. They did finish 5th last time as well, which is 4 points, by the way. So that would put them on 27. The Apex Racing team in second place would get to 29. Coanda would only get to 21. So Scherer would still finish third, but they would lose out on a championship position, and in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, that is quite a lot of prize money they'd miss.
Yeah, that's going to be challenging to digest, given everything. The 117 needs to find their way up. And they've been so good throughout the entire season, almost coming close to winning one time as well. But they've been in the shadow of their teammates in the 116 car. And that has also been the case today, because remember, they were so close in qualifying, starting neck and neck. But after a complicated start, after being involved in all the chaos, they have dropped back down. And it's clear that the Apex Racing and the Coanda cars have been the pick of the bunch. 117 needs to do something special to catch up to this pack, because the Apex and Coanda car are pestering their teammates, and in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't make a difference because the 116 has actually sealed the championship. But it's still alone out there, and they want the 117 also to be second in the title. Then that's something that's not going to be happening right now. But hey, Ewan, I was just checking the penalty points in the AM category, and it's actually very interesting. So in the AM teams, we do have the PB performance by Grid & Go. I think they have very few penalty points, if I can read correctly. Let me just pull up my sheet. But most of them have 3 or 4 penalty points, and with the status quo as it is, with nobody actually being in the top 7 in the AM category, I think it will be settled by penalty points because nobody's scoring more than 1 point. It is phenomenal.
It is, but as I mentioned earlier, Austrian sim racers are currently... Oh, they've just dropped to 8th, actually.
Yeah. So
they've just been overtaken by Door Esports, apologies, so that's my point entirely gone. Meanwhile, SP10, oh, close! BS competition there, Ruben Bonga, and now he wants to cut in just in front of one of the Mustangs. Dear, oh dear, that was really close between the Apex Racing team and BS competition, who are currently 3rd place in the race, Ruben Bonga. But Apex and Maxis Godino are now through into 3rd position. By the way, a minute off the lead, despite being only 3rd. They did lose 15 seconds in the pit stop, but even so, it's still 45 seconds. And they're coming through on SP10s and SP3s all at the same time. That was one of those very busy Nürburgring moments.
Yeah, it nearly went very, very wrong for all of them. But they still have a chance to continue this battle. And yes, Liberty Esports have indeed been passed by the AMG team Apex Racing, but they are not going to let this position go that easily. And it's also great to see the Haupt Racing team by Grid & Go also getting involved in this mix and making it a 3-way fight for the 3rd place. And look at this. Now look at the draft. Look at how quickly and closely the Ford will also catch up in this entire battle. And using the slipstream is the Liberty Esports car, getting ever so close to that AMG team Apex Racing machine. And look, in a matter of seconds, the Ford is here too. It's no longer a two-way fight, it's a three-way fight. And the muscle of the Ford might just help them out in getting a position or two in this entire kerfuffle that we're seeing right here. Coming towards the garden, no moves being made so far. But yes, this battle is going to go on together for a very long time, and we're all here for it.
Absolutely. As the Mustang comes in, Jeff Giassi there. Did I say that was M&J Downforce? I probably did, didn't I? That's not M&J Downforce. That's number 4, helped racing team by Good and Go. Jeff Giassi coming in for the second time today. That is one of the M&J Downforce cars. That's Jan Philipp Springhob, who's still at the wheel, by the way. Having come out of the pit lane, actually, after serving their most recent penalty. They're going to carry on a bit longer. And ahead of RC Car Shop Esports for them. But pretty early stop there from Jeff Giassi. 1 hour 38 to go. It's going to be two pretty long stints to the end, but he's not going to be in the car for them. It's going to be David Boschke who gets at the wheel now of that one and takes the car to the finish.
1 second, I'm actually so confused about, or rather so intrigued about the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy and how things are going over there. Because in terms of penalty points, we are seeing 2 teams tied on absolutely none. Honda Motorsport 107 and also the the Avia WNSE Motorsports with 0. As it stands, Honda Motorsport are currently in 13th place in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. Avia are dead last in 15th. And because both of them have 0 penalty points, they're actually going to finish ahead of all the other cars that are finishing ahead of them in this race, like the PV Performance Grid and Go, like SRS Team Saw Grand Sport. And that's all down to the fact that they've not accumulated a single penalty point in this entire season. So it doesn't matter if they're 15th today and their rivals are 9th, they will be higher because of them being cleaner throughout the season.
Yes.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
How are they going to be separated in that case? Is it going to be a countback down the whole field, down to where they finished so far this season? Because I think, based on memory, without going through and checking it, as we will do before the end of this broadcast, I would say that Avia WNSE Motorsport would win in that case. I think they've had better results this season. However, we will check them before we leave you at the end of this afternoon. Tell you who has won the championship, but of course there could be penalty points today after all, and then they'd be in trouble. So we'll see so far what goes on with penalties and indeed penalty points a little bit later on in the day. But for now, nobody is inside the all-important top 7. The Austria sim racers have just dropped out of it, although they are doing something different on strategy, which could put them in a good way for the end. Christopher Wolfgruber currently at the wheel of that car in 8th place as it stands right now. This is on board with Jonas Fanner. Meanwhile, in the Falcon Sim Racing BMW, again a big disappointment for them last round as they dropped out of championship contention, but they're right in the midst of what could be championship defining here. They are in between Sim RC and the Apex Racing team at the moment, who are 2nd place, but on course to win the championship as it stands.
And this will be a big occasion for them. It's such a big thing to win a championship at the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, a series that's known as one of the most clean, the most fair, and the most professional championships you can actually race in the esports world in terms of endurance racing on the road, because the drivers are so fair with each other. We've got such high quality competition. The organizers do their level best to make sure that the series is as fair as it can possibly be, and the quality of the races here is quite something. And it's a real mark of respect, isn't it? But when you win a DNLS championship, it goes in as a proper star on your CV, and people take notice of that. And it's going to be big for anyone who wins the title in any class, be it in the AM categories, be it in the SP9s, be it in the SP3s, whatever you do. Winning a DNLS championship is a big thing in the sim racing world, and he should be greatly felicitated for that.
Now then, has there been any action taken on the Williams Esports protest? It's has been declined by race control, so no penalty there. and Liberty Esport protested Apex for reckless driving, but no further action taken there either. A couple of drive-through penalties in SB3 recently for stub caution, AC Mayan and Wolf Motorsport that seem to have been taken. Pretty puzzled about that, to be honest, but anyway, they are at 4th and 5th now, quite a long way off the lead. In fact, they're close to a minute off the lead now, but they are battling away between themselves in SB3. At the moment, though, the damaging thing for these two, Smilia Esports have gotten ahead of them, even after their problems today. They're still ahead of these two.
Yeah, it's been some comeback, though, from Smilia Esports Ecentropy. Having a broken bumper, being involved in a crash, they're clearly showing that they are the second fastest team in the SP3 category. But again, pace is one thing. Executing a race, making sure that it's all clean, making sure that there are no procedural errors and you don't crash into other people is a different ball game altogether. And Smilia learning the hard way and having a tough time. But here's BS Competition recovering from their crash, trying to get past the lap traffic as we come towards the pit part of the Nordschleife. I'm in the meantime just going to pull up my sheet and start to do some digging about who would be the lead team in the AM class and the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. I'm actually very curious. Let me just pull up the results and start finding that first.
We will try and get to the bottom of that one before the end of the race tonight. Oh, 3 wide off Bergfurt. Goodness me. Very close through between Stormberg Caution, AC Mayan, the Nürburgring Esports GT4, and one of the Mustangs as well in SB9. That was very, very close indeed. Meanwhile, Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring battles continue. Out front, it's Rafa Renhoff, Luca Keita and Gabriel Solomon, as before. Roland Alfredson is now 4th, ahead of Julian Raymer and Adrian Gareike for Frozen Speed by Grinnico. Formerly driving this series for Gareike Motorsport, actually, but now has dropped back. I was looking at an outdated time screen, by the way. Alfredson has indeed been passed by both of those two just in behind him. So that is now a different way round, but you can see them on your screen there. They are at 4th, 5th and 6th. As it stands, Apex would still be ahead of Scherer in the championship if things were to stay as they are, so they would get up into 2nd place in the end. Would Apex? They've not finished in the top 2 all season and only on the podium once, Apex, so this would be a pretty big result for them if they were to be able to get there, but either way, there's a long way to go. Indeed, just over half of this race still remaining.
Long way to go then in the final round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, the last race of the entire season. We've had such a long championship. 10.5 hours of racing, and it's now coming down to the last hour and a half. If I can see my timing screen correctly, Williams Esports and Mahler have now made a pit stop. I'm sort of on schedule really, because they're boxed after 4 laps in the second stint when they did 7 laps in the first one. So there clearly something interesting is going on here in the SP9 category. More chopping and changing. And we are going to then find out how everything cycles out. Remember, Falcon Sim Racing, who are also fighting for the top positions, have boxed in. They've also served their penalties. So count them out of the battle for the victory over here. But Mahler and Williams, that's going to be the fight for the lead. And both of them now coming out of the pit lane. Williams in P1, Mahler in P2. Status quo has been maintained. Normal full service pit stops. Yeah, top 2 are clear. Williams at P1, and there's a 5-second gap between them and Mahler in 2nd. And as it stands, Mahler would be taking 2nd in the championship ahead of the AMG team Apex Racing car, who are yet to make their 2nd pit stop.
Yes. Yeah, indeed. No, correct if I'm wrong here, number 5 still yet to serve a time penalty as well.
Are they? Yeah, because...
So I haven't seen them serving their penalty just yet.
It's weird, isn't it? Yeah, because the stop timings have been very similar in both the pit stops. I expected longer, to be very honest with you.
Well, exactly, if they were serving their penalty. So I suppose it might be added on to the end of the race. Just don't know for the moment, really, what's going to go on there. Still plenty to work out before the end of this race, that is for sure. As we continue with the final round of the Digitale Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series for season 2024-25. We're just over half the way through this race, and there's still just under half of it to go. 90 minutes remaining here on the north side. We've got Williams leading in SP9, the Apex Racing team leading in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring Pro Class, with Austrian sim racers leading in the AMS because they didn't take tyres at the last stop. Grid and Go with Aaron Vasquez leading by 13 seconds in the SP10s, and Share Esport winning again in SP3 and on their way to an overall championship as well as the SP3 championship here this afternoon, both of which are still in play on the road. Just under half the race to settle them though, and we're very much looking forward to seeing how it's going to be settled indeed. The battle for the lead in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring will continue on, with Luca Kita leading the way ahead of Rafa Renhofer and Gabriel Solomon. They make their way now down the Dottinger Hut in towards the final few corners, as does that second group, by the way. They're going to continue on battling as well. We'll return with those battles in a few moments' time. Back in a moment.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen. Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der DNLS.
Was ist ein X?
Welcome back to the Nordschleife. 1 hour 27 still to go here in the final round of the Digitale Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series for season 2024-25. I'm Ewan O'Leary alongside Sumil Arora again for the final round of the season. And in SP10, the battle between Falcon Sim Racing and the PS competition is yet to go away. Sim RC having a bit of an off-colour day, unfortunately, right at the very wrong moment. They're actually 17 seconds behind Jonas Vander at the front of this group. That is terrible news for a team who need to be up inside these places here, up onto the podium, and hoping really that something goes wrong for the Apex Racing team for the first time this season.
It's going to be such a long and tough race for Sim RC now, because for them in the SP10 category, they basically needed a good start, they needed a good qualifying, and they needed to be fighting for a win. Anything less than a win, and their possibilities were going to look so tricky. The worst possible thing has actually happened. They've fallen back in the middle of this leading pack in the SP10 category. And then otherwise, their big competition, the AMG Apex Racing car, are actually comfortably in second place. Yes, GridandGo.com Esports DNLS GT4 have run away with it, with Aaron Vasquez behind the wheel, and he has been phenomenal behind the wheel of that car. But still, Apex are chilling. And more than the positions, right, it's the time that's the major issue. Sim RC are 6th, and as it stands, are around 23 odd seconds behind the AMG Apex Racing car. So unless there's a crash, which we all hope never happens for anyone, that is the only chance for Sim RC to actually fight and win this championship, which is sad given how consistent and how fast they were throughout the season.
This is on board in the SP3 class. Strobe Caution, AC Main and Wolf Motorsport are still battling away for 4th place. They are now 50 seconds off of the lead in this class, by the way. In another race of dominance for Share Esport. Wolf Motorsport still struggling to find their way past, really, in the 275. Currently 5th place in the championship, 4th place, excuse me, in the championship, by the way. Ahead of Strobe Caution, who have had a pretty lowly season. Poor results, but Wolf Motorsport could be on their way to a top 3 finish. Unfortunately, the 3 there that are already ahead of them are also ahead of them in this race, so it's not looking particularly likely at this moment. It's just looking a little bit difficult. But another SP3 battle. We've seen plenty of them in this season as well. I think we should always one of the Porsches goes down the inside. That's going to happen quite regularly as we're on board here. I think we should probably reflect a little bit on the SP3 category here this season, because it is, after all, the first time that it's appeared in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. I think it's the perfect kind of car to include in a series like this, to be honest. I think we need more of them in iRacing, to be honest. You know, low-power production cars, good racing, and perfect for the Nürburgring Nordschleife in NLS racing as well. That was another example, maybe, of the close quarters racing. A little bit too close quarters in towards the siphon that time.
Yeah, perfect if you want to go rubbing, perfect if you want to go bumping with each other, perfect if you just want to really control a car that's on the edge of its grip. Because with these faster machines, you've got so much downforce, so many wings, so much control. Here you don't. Here it's all mechanical grip and just how much you can chuck the car in and how much it responds to your inputs. That, I like to say, is really fun racing. And you're right about that, Ewan. I think we need more of this. We need more of these battles. We need more of these cars. We need more teams taking part, and we need more time. Because this year, I'd say not all the teams were equally prepared, because we saw a big difference in the grid and the pace of all these teams and cars. And that's also understandable, right? It's the first year of the championship. And so only the teams that have run this car very consistently over the last few months since it's been introduced on iRacing will have an advantage on it, which clearly Scherer Esports had. But when we come back for year 2, when we come back for year 3, we'll be seeing teams a lot more prepared. And look at this mood curver. They're trying to orchestrate a move while the faster cars are getting past. That is dangerous as hell.
I'm just thinking where they were side by side on the way towards Bergberg a moment ago. Thank goodness there's no one behind them, but there is now. And it's the leading battles in the Porsche Cup class here who are coming through. Garrett Esport leading the second group, which is unchanged since we last went and watched them on the back straight just before we went to break. Now they look down the inside again in towards the Stahlstrecke, and they're going to come through. Are they all going to snip through just in time for the carousel, or are they going to be hung out to dry here right at the very end? Ronald Alfredson's going to be just about, just through. Very close, but that's the key on the way towards the carousel. You cannot afford to run around the top.
Would you rather be a faster car around the carousel, trying to lap a slower car, or be the slow one here? Because it's so daunting. What line do you choose? How do you manage it all? And you're hoping that before the dip comes in, you're able to let the other cars go past, or if you're the faster one, you're able to get past. It's so tricky. I mean, a good part of what makes you a great Nürburgring Endurance Series driver, more than your raw pace, more than your strategies, more than your awareness and procedural errors, it's just how you actually lap other cars and how patient you are. Because if you're in a faster category, that is all there is to it. There's so much time to be gained or lost just when you're going past the slow machines. And we've seen so many races decided by that. Like Falcon Sim Racing. They had BS competition go down there inside the last time out, and had that crash not happened, Falcon Sim Racing would have been here today in the SP10 class fighting for a championship, but they are not because of one tiny error. Such a crucial part. It's so important.
Absolutely. It is what makes and breaks these races. What makes it so special is kind of like my point about sort of the production level car in this series. What it brings to it really makes it have a much more a real life feel. When we go racing in the real life NLS later this month, you'll certainly notice that. I always especially enjoy the NLS races before the Nürburgring 24 hours. Everyone sort of getting a bit of practice for it, and you get some really huge fields as always. So it's raced very popular indeed with competitors and indeed the fans alike. Meanwhile, it is Luca Kita still leading ahead of Rafa Renhofer and Gabriel Salomon. They make their way now through Gouwenkopf onto the back straight, down under the Audi Sport Bridge, and on another run towards the Tirgon. I suspect there's still going to be fuel saving down at the bottom end here, and there may not be that much that happens between now and the pit stop phase happening a little bit later on, but we'll see. Further behind it is a bit of pushing actually. Scherer Esports being pushed a bit of the way down by Adrian Goreike. And look at these three down in towards the braking zone, exceptionally close here through these final few corners. Down on the brakes, and Luca Kita will lead another lap as I suspected, with very little challenge from those two behind him.
So it's a matter of waiting now. Let's see who's going to strike up and when, because Apex in this stint have established the fact that they want to get ahead and they want to lead this pack, which they are now doing. But they are still quite a bit away from their next set of pit stops. I mean, we'll see them come in shortly. The first lap, I mean, they initially box in on lap number 9 and then lap number 17. They are, of course, midway through their stints, 4 laps done. So we are going to expect them in 4 or 5 laps time. But then again, when do they box? Do they want to go long for the last stint? Do they want to go short? That sort of variability is yet to be seen. And I suspect now is the time we get to see a lot of that, Ewan, because the teams have stayed largely similar in terms of strategy through the first hour and a half. Now is the time I think we might see a few break away. Don't be surprised if we see a couple of teams actually stop in the next 3 laps and then some of them actually going long of 4 laps later because some want to have a different strategy. And when we say there's a 1 lap difference between their pit cycles, it's not like 1 lap on the GP circuit. It's 1 lap at the Nordschleife. It's 20 odd kilometers and more. Suddenly there's going to be lots and lots of differences in all of their strategies and how much they save and how much they push when we get to that final hour. And I can't wait to see who bites the bullet first. Is it going to be Coanda, who are desperate for their first win in the entire season and want to salvage something from what's been a very, very tough year? Is it going to be Scherer Esports 116 who want to have a shot at the overall championship? Or is it going to be Apex Racing Team who say, right, we're leading, but we're going to be the ones who experiment and we want to go longer or shorter compared to everyone else? I can't wait to see the mindset and the dynamics that eventually plays out. And that'll also tell us so much about how each of these teams are thinking about this race.
Difficult to tell for the moment quite what's going to happen here. We'll see very end of this one. Haven't seen the SP9s for a while, by the way, but there's not really many battles happening, to be honest, out on the circuit. Hub's Racing Team by Grid and Go and M&J Downforce is the only fight that's for 10th place. There's some very much more important ones in SP, or in Porsche class, I should say, as they go past the Scherer Clio down towards Schwedenkreuz, still in the long line that they were in on the way towards this fast left-hander. Give you an update on the championship situation. The Apex Racing Team, because they're leading the race at the moment, would move up to second past Scherer Esports 117 in the field as we go back to the only SP9 battle in the field. Hub's Racing Team haven't finished inside the top 7 all season so far, but number 22 M&J Downforce have. They would have had to win today to have a chance at finishing on the top 3, and so that would have always been a long shot, but I still think they've had a very good season actually against some very good teams indeed.
Yeah, it's tough being a Mustang in a world of Mercedes AMG GT3s or Porsche 911 GT3Rs. It's really tough because this car, front engine, comparatively slightly heavier, lots of more grunt, not as nimble or agile, and not as what's the right word I'm looking for here? It hasn't been on the platform for as long as the other cars in the SP9 category. I mean, most of the teams and drivers have been racing the AMG or the Porsche for ages now. I mean, every single team and driver knows the setups, knows the car, knows the behavior, knows the different mappings that you can choose between and how to manage the suspensions or everything around that. The Ford is still newer, and because it's a different machine, because it's something you normally tend to experiment with, your knowledge base in that car might not be as high, and there's not a lot of data points to compare with compared to the AMG and the Porsche. So I always think it's a very, very brave call for anyone to pick the Ford, and it's been great to see a couple of teams do that, Hub's Racing Team and the M&J Downforce, and also excel at that. Like, they haven't just been making up the numbers, have they, Ewan? Now, they've been really in the mix, and they've been fighting with all the other teams and taking it to them.
Yeah, certainly. As there is Adrian Goreka for the Grid and Go team. Frozen speed by Grid and Go. He's driving for this season, opposed to his own team. 5th place with the Alone Fritzen racing car just in behind him, and the Scherer Esports 117 just in front. And that's the car, by the way, that Apex are taking the championship 2nd place away from as things stand. As I mentioned throughout this afternoon, lots of prize money involved in this class, and plenty to go at. It's Felix Kernbach, by the way, sets the fastest lap of the race so far. I think that's in number 10. Is indeed. He closes the margin now by 9 tenths on the last lap to Mercedes Petziotis, but through the Mutt curve goes this battle again. It's a in-car at Edinburgh setup. I'm trying to see what kind of sculpture or whatever that is in the background of his camera at the moment, just to the right of his head.
Yeah.
Seems to be some sort of wooden thing. I can't quite work out what it is, but anyway, is currently 5th place and doing his best to at least stay with Sherwood. Doesn't seem to be too interested in passing, and actually he did a bit of bump drafting down the back straight last time round, but he's just sitting in, running around for the moment, as a lot of these teams are.
Yeah, it's settled, and this is the part of the race where we've put everything on slow burn and everything's just simmering. Spices are sort of seeping their way into this race, and we'll then find out just how delicious the meal is when we come to the last half an hour of this race. And that's where there'll be lots of strategic variations. I think it's a good time to go for a quick rundown as we come to 1 hour and 13 minutes left in this race. Good time to begin with the SP9s. Let's give you just a quick verbal rundown of what things are like over there. Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Williams, P1 currently 5-second advantage to their rivals in Mahler Esports. But then again, we expect the Williams to come down and to serve their penalty. And that's going to be something that could be added on later on in the race, or maybe as a part of their last pit stop. We will find out. 10-second time penalty for them coming up in a bit. Mahler Racing second, AMG Team Apex Racing on third. They are fighting for second in the championship, and as it stands, Mahler will be taking second in the race and also in the championship, and Apex will be following them behind in P3, with Lion GP, the Ferrari, doing excellently in P4. That, I suppose, will end up being their best result of the entire season if they can keep it there. But remember, they are slightly off cycle, as are the Honda Motorsport and RC Car Shop and Team Nitrox Falcon cars. And we don't know where they're going to cycle out after the final set of pit stops, and where the number 24 Liberty Esports car will be, who are currently on track in P8, but they were in P3 at the end of the last pit stop cycle and are way further ahead than all the other cars ahead of them in terms of making their final stop. So lots of variability, lots of chopping and changing, and we don't quite have a clear picture of who's where, and we won't quite find out until we get to the last half an hour, especially with the other teams like Falcon and Team Liberty.
Yeah, we've still got a lot to work out. I think that's what I've enjoyed a lot about the DNLS actually this season. I mean, it's been present in previous seasons as well, but the fact that the GT3 cars have been slightly reduced on the fuel load than what they can do normally. So in the iRacing special event later on this year, you're probably going to see 8-lap stints from most of the teams most of the day. However, here, they're just limited on fuel enough so that it is actually possible to fuel save and get to 8 laps. We've seen, I think Jeff Jassimo did it last round.
Yeah.
Or was it somebody else? But anyway, somebody's definitely done it.
That is.
Yeah. It has been possible, but the general consensus has been to push and go for 7 laps. What that means in a race that I think we worked out is about 23 laps each time, means that you sort of, or, you know, around that 23, 24 laps, you have to do 3 pit stops as opposed to the usual 2 over the course of a 3-hour race. Just gives you that real flexibility, because it's only 2 laps short and it's only a 2-lap splash of fuel that you have to do. You can really spread those stints out in different ways, and there's plenty of different ways to get to the end of this race, to skin this cat, as it were, and you can put on loads of different fuel, loads of different stages. You do have to do 2 30-second pit stops at some stage, and most of them are going to be doing, I think, another 30-second pit stop at the end of the race today in these categories. Not too many of the teams, I think have served both of theirs just yet, but there's so many different ways to do it. That means that effectively you don't really know where everybody is until the end of the race. Through the middle 2 stints, you don't know, because obviously everyone's still together after the first stint, but usually in one long line. Then at the end of the race, it converges all again. But through this stage of the race, you don't quite know where everybody is. It's makes it very entertaining, though.
Yeah, and imagine the kind of pandemonium that might be going on in each of the teams and their chat rooms, because they all have their 2 drivers and also a team manager or a team strategist working with them more often than not. And imagine the pandemonium, right? Knowing where you are relative to all the other people and where you're going to cycle out, and then suddenly there's one car that absolutely upsets the entire pit cycle, ends up boxing 3 or 4 laps before everyone else. And then you've got to do the math and count where they are as well, because you never know where they're going to cycle out. And it's interesting because sometimes you see cars that are similar to you in terms of track position, but they're actually not competing with you. Maybe they're further behind, maybe they're further ahead. So for each of the strategists, and for us as well in the commentary box, it's always so tricky to actually tell who's really where. And I don't like doing that as well, particularly, because why do you want to try to decipher it? I think ultimately you lose out on that element of surprise and that element of wonder about how the teams have actually done. Even when we try to do that, we always struggle to figure out who's going to end up where, which is the beauty of it. And the last 30 minutes, that's why they become so much fun, because you're suddenly surprised so much about a certain team that might find themselves in a position where you didn't expect them, and then they go racing with someone else. And that's where the fun really starts to come in.
Been some driver changes in the field at the moment in the SP3 class, as Merlin Mike Wolf replaces Lucas Fink in car 275. That is the Wolf Sim Racing car coming in for what should be the final stop of its season, as long as the Clio can get to the end of the race. These Porsche Cup cars, by the way, still only 3 minutes off of the lead, and that's not something we've seen very much of this season. The SP9's actually having to overtake these guys. Did note earlier on that the Impulse Racing car had to make a very long pit stop, and they are still 33rd overall, trying to catch up to some of the Porsche Cup cars, but they're not even going to be able to do it in this 3-hour race. Going to be something when they go into the 24 hours in the middle of the year that they'll have to get a bit used to, because the SP9s and the Porsche Cup cars are so similar now in terms of speed, especially in a straight line, but even in most parts of the circuit, that it's actually very, very difficult to lap them, and we've not really seen them have to do it all season.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I have even more respect for all the the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring drivers, because they're doing similar pace in a car with far less assists. Barely, no traction control basically, no ABS as well, and barely any downforce compared to the SP9s, given the fact that they don't have as many winglets or as big aero components on that car. And the car is always on the edge. There's so many blind corners at the Nordschleife where you've actually got to negotiate it quite well. And you're trying to basically manage the oversteer, make sure the car rotates, make sure that you're not chewing out far too much of the tires, and also make sure that you're saving fuel. The difficulty level is just so high in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, and that's also reflected in the prize money. That's nearly double of what you get for winning the SP9 class, so it's phenomenal.
Say it quietly, but we've not had an incident in the steerage room, that is, for more than half an hour now, so going well. Thought of it because I'd just seen BS Competition driving through the pit lane last time around. That's the last time they came in. Never actually saw what happened to Nürburgring, actually.
Yeah.
He's still down outside the top 10, and he's trying to recover now to 11th place. The hands of number 22, M&J Downforce, who have also had their fair share of trials and tribulations today. A penalty to go on top of the crash they had down at the Tiergarten with Hub Racing Team and Impulse Racing, especially, who ended up having an 8-minute pit stop in pit lane. Meanwhile, here comes Nürburgring on the outside line with an hour and 5 to go. He is going to be through just about. He's making hard work of it. The Mustang is very, very quick in a straight line. Got the power. It's got the line as well. This is exactly what went wrong for them last time. That's full bravery, to be fair, from number 22 to be willing to go side by side through there in the very location they had a big crash only an hour or so ago.
That is well done and well managed by both drivers, showing great respect to each other, making sure that there was enough space, and that's what you need. You don't want to ruin your race with just 1 hour to go. You want to finish, get those points, and then think about the rest, especially if you be a combination, the champions, wanting to close out the season on the best possible note. But more pit stops going on though. BS are in the box, Nitro X Falcon are in the box, so are Muller Motorsports by Spiller Esports in the SP9 category. Ultimately, nothing really consequential in terms of the battle for the lead or the podium, but soon enough, you might see more cars go in the pit lane. Not in the SP9 so, because most of them are coming towards the mid part of their stint. But then again, with only 1 hour left to go, they have to make their last pit stop at some point. Do they make their last pit stop with 5 laps done in this last stint? Do they make their last pit stop with 7 laps done? Do they make it on their 4th lap? You can do anything because in this one, you just have to make one pit stop whenever you feel like it. But hey, there's some more battling going on in the SP3s. All the Clios going side by side as we go through the 3 fast rides.
This is one of the Wolf Motorsport cars that has just not long been into pit lane, don't forget. Battling with 272 around the outside. They are going to just about stay ahead through this section. This is for 5th place, by the way. Wolf Motorsport and Stubb Cushions AC Main are on the same strategy here. I think they're going to the end of the race, but they might not be. Race Sim Zone certainly are not. They have been out for a few laps longer, and if they have all got a pit stop left, then their pit stop's going to be a lot longer. So not too much to worry about with them, really. But the two at the back end of this group that everyone will be looking at here and potentially expecting to change positions before long as well. That was a decent attempt, actually. Wolf Motorsport looking pretty racy here. Merlin Mark Wolf, excuse me, looking pretty threatening on the way towards Bergwerk. Here he is on board at the moment, and there he is in real life as well. Down in towards the tight right-hander. We'll have a peek down the inside, but no move just for the moment.
And look at how much they're lifting, actually. Just heading into the corner, I was surprised to see how much they lift off the throttle to save fuel. And that's a big, big thing in the Clios, as we get a salute from as well. From Merlin Mark Wolf. Good to see him acknowledging the stream and acknowledging the fact that he's here. Yeah, I was actually intrigued to see the Clios and the way they lift off and the way they manage it. Now, as we come towards these left-handers, just watch where they lift. Do they lift at all as we come towards Bravery? I think Merlin Mark Wolf is not going to do so because he sees P5 right in his sights and he'll want to go for it. Is there going to be a move on the outside line? Look, there's certainly a try, but one that's not going to work out directly. Good blocking and good racing.
Oh, just tucks right back in front of him again. And he's got a limited amount of space on the left-hand side here. He will go around the outside. I think he's been given the place now. He'll have the racing luck. Will he? No, he's not. Excuse me. He was just out of our peripheral vision, excuse me, on the right-hand side. And through now he'll go, surely, on towards 5th place because the Race Sim Zone car will be on the outside line. Don't try and go side by side through there. Oh, he just tucks back in. And there's going to be a spin here. Spin in the background. Spin for the Race Sim Zone car. That's Nadia Broussard who is driving that one at the moment. Tim Buck had to slow down through the middle of the carousel and actually jump out of the carousel to avoid. That's what happens when you try and go side by side through there and indeed get a bit too close as well. You can't hit the car in front of you, otherwise you'll go for a spin. And that was pretty dramatic through the circuit's most famous corner.
And luckily they have resumed and they are back on track, racing right behind them. They've not lost too much time or haven't really got that much damage on their car as well, which is a good thing, and you can really close up if you're quick enough. But in the SP3s, the problem is once you're outside the slipstream train and once you no longer have the draft from your major rival, it is just so hard to gain time, and they'll have to work incredibly hard all over again to get back those positions. Well, Race Sim Zone, this is going to be something that they absolutely feel pained by. That was good racing, man. I like that. In the way it ended.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course, the way it ended was not brilliant, but enjoyed the battle while it lasted, certainly. Williams Esports about to come past here, by the way. New race leaders of this one. That's Spaziotis. Last time around, lost 3 attempts to Felix Kernbach. Now, I think we've got to start preparing for the end of the race in SP9 in a sense of what it's going to look like. So, to give you an idea as to what I'm talking about, if you've not been with us all day, you're probably not going to have a clue. Williams have been in the stewards' room on 3 occasions. One to protest, which is of their doing, I suppose. But what you're really interested in, I suppose, is when they've been protested or when they've done something wrong. They got a warning for the right-hand drive qualifying short lap, which doesn't make any sense to anyone who's not in the series. Effectively, you've got to do the short lap correctly when you're in the qualifying session. That is coming from the Grand Prix circuit onto the Grand Prix circuit again to start a full lap. You've got to do that correctly by staying to the right-hand side a certain distance. So they got a warning for not doing that correctly. They also got a 10-second time penalty, turn 1, lap 1, for pushing another car off the circuit. That other car was the Hup Racing Team by Grid and Go car. Took them about 10-15 minutes to protest it, but they did do so, and they got a 10-second time penalty. Now, I think there's a very real prospect here that that is just going to be added on at the end of the race, and they're not going to serve that in a pit stop. So effectively, we're watching a battle between, as we're watching a real battle here, side by side. We're watching effectively a battle between Vasilios Penaltiotis and Felix Kronbach to see what the gap's going to be at the end of the race. And at the moment, it's 8.5, which I believe would give Marler the win. If it goes above 10, I think Williams would get the win.
Yeah, exactly. And Marler with Felix Kronbach have a really good driver. A driver who actually is a champion of the DNLS this year. That's right. Felix Kronbach actually was driving with Nobby Kish for all of the 3 rounds before this one. And they ended up winning the championship for BS competition in this very SP9 class. So there's pedigree, clearly. And yes, we have seen Williams be on another level altogether today. They have been phenomenal. They've been closing up. They've been actually increasing their gap at the very top so well. But even then, Kronbach versus Bilstein in a 1v1, same strategy, no variations, nothing different towards the last end of the race. Yeah, can't be in for that. That is proper box office stuff. And that is like scenario mode of Gran Turismo, isn't it? To win the to win the race, you've got to make sure that you have a gap of greater than 10 seconds. And that is the challenge posed to Williams Esports right now. Man, I'm still thinking, how has the season gone so messy for Williams? These are things where, these are races where they should dominate. Like they should have won, they should win this race as it stands in terms of their raw pace. They should have won last time out as well. And a couple of races before that, had they not had a couple of drive-through penalties, they would have been second or first maybe, instead of being third. So, I don't know, there's a great deal of sorrow in my heart, knowing that a team that's this fast and has this great drivers and this great organization is just not able to seal the deal. And I can't wait to see what they do next year without these procedural errors.
This is the Door Esports SB10 that's about to be overtaken by a few Porsche Cup cars at the moment. John Ellen currently at the wheel of that one. Now, he is 5th place and about 10 seconds behind the Apex Racing team. We're just ahead of Vulcan Sim Race, behind Vulcan Sim Racing rather, and then Team Hoisingveld, then Grin & Go. They've made 2 stops, by the way. MRC have made 2 stops as well, that's why they're down to 8th place. Not turning into a good race for them at all, with just less than 57 minutes to go. There is X-Racer. They have been leading the race earlier on. Caliverta, who yet to make a second pit stop of the day, though, as they try and chase down Dory Sports Academy. This is in SB9. Line GP chased down Hooked Racing Team by Grin & Go, and a great performance from Line GP so far. They've not been in the top 7 throughout this season. They might be about to finish there now, though, because they've just come out the other side of a pit stop, and they're still only 6th in the field.
And that is phenomenal to see. The Ferraris have been struggling in the world of GT3s on iRacing recently. I mean, we haven't really seen many of them make that much of an impact, even in the DNLS this year. But with the regulations, with the way it's all shaping up, with the fuel limitations that we've got, it does bring the cars closer to each other. And Lion GP have been in contention for a few top 5s here and there so far, but nothing really has materialized. So I find it great to see, from a personal standpoint, them racing so high up in this race right now. And even the Impulse car, right? Impulse Racing also are performing very well. Shame that they had that incident today. But they are proving that it is possible for these offbeat cars, like the Fords, like the Ferraris, to be in the mix, if not for the win, at least for a podium here and there.
Would be a great result. It's worth noting as well, to be fair, that the Hop Racing team haven't finished on the top 7 yet either. As they've got that bit of damage on the front left at the moment. Not sure whether that's just from before or whether they have picked something extra up there. By the way, I'm just... I'll get back to that. Let's have a look at this. The final pit stop of the season for the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, and Luca Kita stamps on the brakes right in front of everybody else there to slow down for the pit lane time just in time. Rafael Renhofer just in behind, then Gabriel Solomon. This is a huge pit stop in the context of this race.
And it's so interesting that all of them have boxed at the same time. There is no variation, there is no volatility, there are no surprises. It's a flat finish till the very end, unless there are some differences in their pit stop timing. Has someone saved more fuel than the other ones? Has someone been able to shave off a little bit more time in this pit stop that can give them track position and the advantage in the final stint of this race? Scherer 117 are in the pits, Scherer 116 are in the pits, so are Apex, so are Coanda, and so are Alone Fritzen Racing. Nobody in the AM category has boxed yet. They are coming to the end of their stint, and we can expect them to go in the pit lane right about now as we see the Avia WNSE Motorsport car fight with the Austrian trim racers. Remember, this really matters because the higher up you finish, the greater your chances are to get a better result on countback to decide the AM Championship. And as it stands, the Avia WNSE Motorsport currently leading, and they will be cycling down in the pit lane right now. But pit stops are coming to an end. 1 minute stops for all of the teams. Not really any differences in terms of their strategies. It's the Scherer Esports 116 that's first. But in second, you win. It is not Apex, it is Coanda. And that's only down to a 3-second increase in their pit lane time compared to Coanda. That's the margin. That's how close they've been to each other throughout this entire race.
Yeah, so Scherer, well, actually, on top of all that, though, the Alone Fritzen Racing car only did 39 seconds in the box, so they've clearly not changed tyres at all in the 138. So Simone Maria Marcheno has got quite a stint coming up, getting into that car with actually no tyres underneath him anymore, which is going to be interesting. Scherer Esports then the next. Luca Alpert now in that car. Sean Terre is at the wheel of the Coanda car. Luis Balecki has gotten to the wheel of the Apex car. That is really all you need to know about, but 3 seconds between 116 for Luca Alpert and the other two. That's a big advantage for the series leaders, and they effectively now know exactly what they need to do. Chase down Simone Maria Marcheno, pass him before the end of this race, and they have taken the clean sweep this season.
Yeah, had this been a slightly smaller circuit, say like a Zolder or something else, that would have been harder because Simone can hold off this line. But it's the Nordschleife. If you've not got tyres here around all the fast sections, there is no chance and you'll be able to hold on to that position that effectively. So it's an interesting strategy for Alone Fritzen. I don't know what they're targeting or what the intention behind this is. Normally they are quite daring and they can find their way out eventually, but this is going to be quite a task for Simone. And now, I'm just looking at the gaps, and I see Scherer 117 have a 3-second disadvantage to the Coanda Esports and the AMG, not the AMG, sorry, force of habit, the Apex Racing team in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. Can they close it up? That's going to be the big story of it all, because the 117 is in a close fight with the Apex Racing team for second in that championship. The only real story in this title picture now is if the 117 can pass the Coanda and the Apex and maybe retake second in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. 50 minutes to go. It's a tough challenge, but one that we'll be watching very keenly.
Certainly will. And on this class to the end of the day. It's Vasseurs Peltiotis, by the way, starts his 6th lap of his stint. Might be due a pit stop at the end of it, this lap actually. Final pit stop of the season for Williams and Mahler. And we'll see whether that penalty is going to be served actually on pit lane or whether we're going to just be watching a gap between the two and whether it will be above 10 seconds or below. This is Line GP versus M&J Downforce. We were just speaking about that Ferrari looking to pass the Hooks Racing team by grid and go-kart. Well, it might actually be going the other way here as Dennis Menz in the M&J Downforce number 22 comes back through the field after problems earlier on. He's putting the pressure now on that Ferrari. Past one of the SP3s through the first part of the Stefan Billard-Vest. Then to Schrabentrans. They go past another without affecting them too much. This number 22 car is looking strong and looking for a way through before the end of this lap by the looks of it as well.
And the Ferrari has a bit of a moment. It slightly got on the curbs and lost its footing there, which means the entry into the final couple of corners before the Nottingham Her is not going to be as good as they wanted it to be. And look at the Mustang. It is right in the background in perfect slipstream territory. Maybe we might just see them get past at the mid part of the Nottingham Her that early, and that Mustang is fast in a straight line, as we're going to learn right about now.
Here it is. A little bit bigger shape-wise than the Ferrari, but it's got a more powerful engine and it should move through here. You've got to time it right on the Nottingham. It's so long. If you pass too soon, you can be repassed before the end of the straight, but it looks like he's timed this quite well. As long as that traffic doesn't get in the way down the bottom of the hill here. And there is an SP3. Where's they going to go? Oh, they're just about going to both slam on the brakes. And the M&J Downforce car does get through. It's a bit of a shame the SP3 was in that part of the track at that time, but I'm guaranteed they were more scared than the SP9s were appearing there. That was a real big closing speed. That's where their closing speed is the biggest, as the GT3s are out touching 180 miles an hour, something like that. The Clios will be over 50 miles an hour slower than that, and that's the kind of difference you saw there.
50 miles per hour slower and still on the ragged edge with barely any downforce. That's how crazy it must have been. And they would have been seeing the rearview mirrors on their car and seeing the lights getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until they're right behind them, and there's not much they can do about it. But well executed by everyone. Really calm heads, really composed driving from all of them. The Lion GP Ferrari recognizing that we still have 48 minutes left to go in this race, and the status quo might just change in those 45 odd minutes that we're about to have later on. So there's no need to rush it. There's no need to force the issue right now. You can take your time. You can survive and then maybe look towards the next overtaking opportunities to get ahead. But that Mustang, my word, it's looking comfortable, and my word, it's pulling away from the rest.
It is looking very good at the moment. Again, can't overstate what a great season I think M&J Downforce are having. Not a team I really highlighted at the start of the season to really compete amongst the big names up towards the front, like Williams and Marler and Apex and so on, but they've absolutely done it, and full credit to them. They were on the podium at round 3, really the culmination of their efforts this season, getting that podium place. And I just wonder what they're going to be able to achieve here today, whether that be another top 5 finish. We will see, but it's probably going to be a pit stop at the end of this lap, and then we will see where they come out at the end of all of that. We cross over now at 47 minutes still to go in this race, about a quarter of the race remaining and 3/4 of an hour remaining in the season. At the moment, the championship battles seem to be settled, with the Apex Racing team currently scoring 8 points in SP10 to SimRC's 4. They would extend their championship lead to 7 points, with the Grid and Go-Kart tied with SimRC still in the SP10 championship as well. Sven Haase is 15 seconds out front at the moment, but we're going to need to keep an eye on countback, and indeed whether that changes to the very end. In SP3, Scherer Esport are going to win the championship if it stays as it is, because the gap is 40 seconds between first and second. They only needed a top 6 as well, and as things stand, they are going to take the overall championship with them as well. All 3 of those championships that were up in the air seem to be pretty decided as it stands.
Yeah, and it's all come down to some good driving. All the champion-elect drivers have raced with great composure, have managed things out very well, not made any major issues, and essentially just dot the I's and cross the T's, if that's one way to put it. They've not made any mistakes, have put all of their all their steps down confidently, not trying anything experimental, not doing anything too fancy, just to drive and treat it as a normal race day, and that's what they've done, and that's the result of that we're seeing in terms of their performances. But we're far from the end though, and the Apex Racing Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy car could be passed by the Coanda machine if things go Coanda's way in the next couple of laps. They're getting awfully close here. It's a battle I want to see, and this is one that I've been waiting to watch since the very first round of this race. Just one that we've been robbed of briefly. Coanda versus Apex. Who's the faster one in a Porsche Endurance Trophy car? That is a fun question to answer.
Here they go, down into turn 1. Go on tear now at the wheel. That one is not going to try and re-overtake Luis Pilecki. Came out behind him, don't forget. Now he's immediately out in front. So up ahead is Gunnar Tastelen as well in the frozen speed by Grid and Go-Kart. He's also had a shorter stop by 5 seconds and has jumped these two. Suddenly, after fighting on the podium and for the lead most of the day, these two are fighting for 4th place, and they've got to do some catching now, along with the likes of Scherer and Grid and Go, especially to the Alone Frozen car, which is only 7 or 8 seconds out front at the moment. What a fun battle for the lead that's going to be as well later.
Yeah, and this is going to mature so beautifully in the final few minutes of the race. all of them have now made their final pit stop. So they are fighting for real track position, and the only thing that's going to make the difference at the end is just how fast they are now, and there's no stopping any of them. Apex and Coanda, I would expect them to be faster than the Frozen Speed Grid Go car, depending on pace and depending on what's happened so far. But in the last lap, Frozen Speed by Grid Go were actually faster than Apex, Coanda, Scherer, and the Alone Fritzen machine. So it's crazy, they've picked up the pace now at this very crucial juncture of the race. You can't really tell who's going to be the first one here. They can't rest on their laurels, and everything that we've seen leading up to this moment can be forgotten, because all that matters is the lap times that you put in at this moment in time. And Frozen Speed by Grid Go might not have looked as impressive earlier, but now they are, and now they're in contention to keep their podium place.
It's going to be a very exciting finish to the season and finish to the final race as well. Stay with us here. It's going to be fantastic to find out who takes the title. There's a look down to the bottom left from Sean Terre just as he comes out that first difficult section through the hats and back, and then the sharp right-hander at Hoheneichen for the long higher speed sections now. Through Flugplatz there, it's the big right-hander at the top of the hill. Now back down again before plunging up before Schwedenkreuz, and the braking towards Arenberg as well. Turning in quite late. It's only a lift off in these cars, so I'll barely hit the brakes until now when you're going sharply downhill. That, by the way, that dark green car in front, by the way, is Gunnar Tastelen. So it's not a question for these two to finish on the podium, but they've got work to do.
Yeah, they do have work to do. Tastelen needs to fight very hard to keep these two cars behind. Yes, I've just mentioned that he's turning out to have a really good last stint, but to protect yourself from Apex Racing and Coanda, Luis Bellica and Sean Terre, who've looked so impressive, yeah, that's going to be a challenge for anyone, even if you are a driver as good as Gunnar Tastelen on fresh set of rubber. I wonder how long Alone Fritzen Racing and Simone Maria Marcheno are going to be able to hold on to this lead, because they at the moment have a 7-second advantage to Scherer, and on the last lap was 0.6 of a second slower. 42 minutes left in this race, and surely that disadvantage is going to get even bigger lap by lap. I don't think Alone Fritzen are really looking at the race win. Maybe the place that they're fighting for is a place on the podium, and that could well be a legitimate affair if Frozen Speed by Grid Go, Apex and Coanda are caught in a kerfuffle and end up losing time to each other.
Yeah, it's all possible late on here as the battles in SP10 continue, by the way. This is for one of the latter positions, though. X-Racer versus Nürburgring Esports. Further down, Allsport and their Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring car has been in the pit lane for a very long time. They seem to be out of the race. We haven't spotted either that BS Competition are out of the running either. Ruben Bonga, Team Nitro Falcon Cup, retired quite a long time ago now, so unfortunately we're seeing quite a few retirements towards the end, but actually this season it's been pretty good for a lack of retirements, which has been very good. Managed to get most of these cars to at the end of most of the races. For SP10, that hasn't really done a whole lot. PS Competition weren't towards the front anyway. It's an SP9. There are some pit stops here for Hub Racing Team by Good & Go and M&J Downforce. Final stops of the season going on down there. We'll see where that brings them out in a few moments' time, and indeed who's going to win this race, because Williams Esports and Marla Racing Team have just made their final stops. Sammy Trogan gets at the wheel for that run to the flag in number 5. Doesn't seem that they served their penalty either, so they need to be 10 seconds in front of the Marla Racing Team. As far as we know, to win this race, it's going to be a bit of a time trial from here to the finish between Williams Esports and the Marla Racing Team. Stay with us here in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. You're watching the final round of the 2024-25 season, and the final 40 minutes of the Bilstein 3-hour race is coming up in a few moments' time.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Sim-Racing-Hardware und Zubehör. simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen. Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube
X.
und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
Welcome back to the Nordschleife for the final 39 minutes of the 2024-25 Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie season. This is your race leader, Sami-Matti Trogan, the real-world driver, has gone back in for the final 39 minutes or so, a bit more than that, as he got in. You don't often see that from a real-world driver taking up the mantle and looking to bring it home. Marcelo Spatziotis in the end was the one who did less driving, which is very rare for a pro driver in the SB9 pairing. Felix Kronbach 5.7 seconds behind at the moment and looking to keep it there, because if it stays there, Sumil, as far as we know, they are going to win this race with the 10-second time penalty attached to Williams Esports at the moment.
And it'll be redemption at last for Williams, who've had a topsy-turvy season. And honestly, I think they have an ace up their sleeve, because if there's any driver in the world I'd like to have for the last hour of a Nürburgring Endurance Series race to push extremely hard, to extract maximum pace and make sure that I can get that win in the bag, I'd choose nobody else apart from Sami-Matti Trogan. Yeah, maybe Nobikish, maybe a couple of other drivers here and there, Ryan Barneveld or Felix Kronbach, but Sami-Matti Trogan is a cheat code, seriously, especially when he's given track position and clear air. Yes, Mahler Racing and Felix Kronbach have closed up that gap by quite a fair bit, but having Sami-Matti in that machine is something that's really helpful, and especially after him having done a stint in the early part of this race. So he knows what the car is feeling like today. He knows what the momentum is like and what the track conditions and temperatures are also like, so he can go flat out and push for it. They've only got a shorter stop, so I'm not sure if they've taken all four wheels. But yeah, Trogan, Kronbach, one-on-one against each other, 5.5 seconds between them, and for Williams to win that gap has to be 10 seconds. With 37 minutes to go, I think it's a battle royale till the very finish.
It certainly is going to be. In the Porsche Sports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, we've still got a tied championship in the AM class at the moment. We've had our final pit stops. No tyres taken by Team Sorg Rennsport or Holder Motorsport that time around. In fact, everybody other than W&SE Motorsport and Austrian Sim Racers took tyres. Austrian Sim Racers didn't take tyres first time around, so that wasn't a surprise, but they'll be roaring through towards the end. We're going to try and get to the bottom of who is going to win that championship at the end of the season here before we leave you this afternoon. But it's pretty difficult to work out as things stand, to be honest, in terms of where they all finished. We're going to have to go through the race results and find out, because Sumo, we've still got the situation of W&SE Motorsport and Holder Motorsport both on 0 penalty points, which is the first deciding factor when two teams are tied.
Exactly. And once they are on 0 penalty points, you then start to look at their race results on countback. You look at the best possible finish that they have had. And in that case, Holder Motorsport do have the better result in terms of P11 that they achieved at DNLS 2. That would theoretically go in their favor, and also then the P10 that they're getting from this race. So if it is penalty points and then the count back in terms of best positions, I suppose Holder Motorsport will become your champions. But then SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, if they can climb a couple of positions, get their way into P7, that'll completely change the dynamic of it all.
Certainly will. But also that does leave a bit of wiggle room for them to not even get a top 7 but still change the outcome, as far as I can tell. Do I go on?
Yeah, exactly. That's a real possibility. I mean, you could have a situation where the top AM team is actually not the AM champion, like top AM team in terms of their results today. And it all gets decided by how clean they've been throughout the entire season, which I'd also say is a very fair metric, because again, this championship is all about being very respectful in terms of your racing, and it's endurance racing. You obviously want to survive and get as few penalty points as you can. But even then, it's a little overwhelming to wrap your head around it at first.
Yeah, so, actually both of their best results came at the same race, DNLS 2. so that they were 11th and 12th that day. They're actually 10th and 11th at the moment, so this is the battle as it stands. If Avia get ahead of Halder Motorsport in this race, there's 7 seconds between them. If they get ahead, then they could be winning the AM Championship. Now, they're on newer tyres as well. 7 seconds, 34 minutes, chasing for a championship. Yeah, maybe they're not going to finish on 0 penalty points after all.
Doable. It's certainly doable. And this is where you start to see them change over from 5th gear to 6th gear, trying to go in that special full focus mode, and that's what they need at this moment in time. And Halder have been good. They have been clocking in some very decent and very consistent lap times, and their pace has also been quite decent compared to the rest of the grid. But now is the time for something special. Now is the time for a full push. And yes, Avia WNSE Motorsport took a risk by going for a longer pit stop in the last stint, but then they have the pace advantage, and let's see if that can upset Halder Motorsport. They'll be chasing the numbers. It's like a bull who's seen red. That's going to be the situation with David Wasserman in that number 121 Avia car. Can he close down that 7-second gap? That's going to be the big story for the next 33 minutes.
Absolutely it is. The final 33 minutes of this season. Being on board with one of the Clio Cup cars. Have a look at this. Leading battle going past us in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. I think it looked like Alon Fridson there had been caught. Ronald Alfredson's already been in our YouTube chat biting his nails. And imagine he is being chased at the moment by Luca Alper, and indeed he is. So the battle for the lead is absolutely on right now, and just 2 seconds behind. Ganasso Tastelen is not too far away at all. Then there goes the Apex Racing team. Yeah, Luca Alper is coming through here. He's on our tyre engine anyway, he's through. Tastelen is now within range as well now, though. And Lewis Bilecki is giving good chase as well. Sean Terre not that far away, neither is Bruno Heinrich in the other Scherer car. You've just seen them all go past on this onboard shot. That's a bit of a slalom for Heinrich, but change for the lead. Luca Alpert goes through, and Alon Fridson Racing's tyre strategy has come short with more than half an hour to go.
And now they've got to defend for their life against so many more faster cars. There's Frozen Speed, who have now also passed Alon Fridson, then Apex and Coanda, then Scherer. And I think their intention was to put that strategy on to maybe secure a podium. That's not happening. That's for sure not happening. With the Apex Racing team on much fresher tyres, it can be said for Coanda and Scherer, as they've also looked much more impressive throughout the entire race distance today. So that gamble for the Alon Fridson Racing, if that really was the intention to stay on the podium, I don't think it's worked according to plan. But then again, we still have to focus on the other cars around, because there could be consequences in what happens there. Like the Scherer Esports 117, they are closer than they've ever been to this Coanda and Apex Racing pack. They at one point were 3-5 seconds behind them. Now, Bruno Heinrich in the number 117 Scherer Esports car is just 1.5 seconds behind Coanda Esports. Now 2 seconds. Look at this though. Frozen Speed didn't go. They're making contact. My word, that's getting scary.
Oh, dear me, that was close for Marciano as well. In the Alon Fridson car. I just don't think this tyre gamble has worked out, I should say. I think it was a step too far, and you know, these are the highest track temperatures we had all season. I'm not sure whether that is playing the decisive role. However, it's a step too far. It's just about past 3:30 in Sim, by the way, at the moment, so the temperature is dipping back down again. It's just gone below 40 degrees on the circuit. It was as high as 42, 43 earlier on in the middle of the race. That would have taken a lot out of the tyres, and I don't think they're even going to finish in the top 5 here. This could really get bad for the Alon Fridson Racing team. They've had a good season, but it may well end poorly for them. We'll see later on. This is one of the Porsches in SP9, pacing number 1 on the motorsport. This is Luca Domko trying to chase Lucas Herrmann in the BS competition number 1 car. 30 minutes to go. The champions are not quite going to get the send-off they were hoping for.
No, it's been a damp race for BS competition, and one incident really that stamped in just how bad of a weekend it's been for them. Even though they had a bad qualifying, we still had hopes from them, because it's BS competition, right? You can never really count them out. There's a reason why there's been a number 1 tag on that BS competition car, and why there will continue to be a number 1 tag next season as well. when we return for DNLS. But still, you are allowed one bad round out of 4. And if that one bad round comes in after you've won the championship, sure, that's perfect. But here comes Apex Racing, around the outside of Tiergarten, with the fresher rubber, are able to get the jump on the Lone Racing and Siguro Maria Martino. It is not even a competition. And Apex back into the top 3. And I get a feeling there will be some more positions for them to lose if you're Lone Prince. Next up is Coanda.
Yeah, exactly. There is the Coanda car and Scherer not too far away from them either. I totally understand why they went for the gamble, but it's not paid off for them. It's not really close to paying off for them either. There's still 4 laps to go. Yeah, there's 4 laps to go for the lead, so it might be 5 for these cars.
Yeah.
It'll be a very long way to go yet. Yeah, there will be 5, I think. So this car is going to be struggling for the majority, I would say. The battle for the lead's also on between Scherer and Frozen Speed. That's Luca Alpert versus Gunnar Tastelen. What a fantastic battle that could be as the SP10s make their final pit stop of the day. Sven Hasse gets out well in front of Benedict Hitz, who is, well, it's no real surprise. He's been out for a very long time, Sven Hasse. Peter Bergman still third, ahead of John Ellen, and then Conte Guine at the end of the train. Unfortunately, the SP10 Championship battle hasn't quite transpired into the fireworks we were hoping for. It looks like Apex are going to hold on for the win.
And a well-deserved one, that. Good driving, not making any errors, very clean, very secure, while the others and their rivals have been making a few errors here and there that have compromised their entire season. They've been perfectly clean, and you've got to appreciate that. Ultimately, a lot of it is down to managing a race very well, and even though Apex haven't quite been the standout team today in terms of their driving or race management, because honestly, I've been so impressed by the way Grid and Go have been dominating this race. But even then, they know that what they need to do is just finish ahead of SimRC, be on the podium, and have a clean race. And they've done that to perfection. It's their hard work that was done leading up to this race that's now paying off.
Fantastic to see for them. As Huizenveld versus Tour Esports will go on here down the field. John Ellen is still in that Tour Esports Academy car. See the Huizenveld BMW just in front of them, slipping down the inside and off there. One of the SP3s. Yeah, it was through the gravel of the final chicane, so that Martin Schmidt can get through. Not sure he's going to the end of the race or not, though, for him, because he's already been out there for 3 laps. If he's not, then this is a bit of a untimely interruption for John Ellen, who could really get through, getting through quickly. He needs to try and stay away from Conte Guine, who is chasing him down at the moment.
And Cortin Gutierrez needs this position and a miracle and more to be able to win the championship for SimRC. The team that's been the most consistent, that's had the most second places, but never the big one, never the P1. It's looking tough today as well. But if there's one thing to build up confidence and one thing to salvage something, it'll be passing these guys. And yeah, good to see the Tour Esports Academy car also in the mix. We've not seen much of them today, weirdly. They were properly in the mix the last time out and fighting for the win as a part of that big train. But today, it's been a bit quieter, and good to see them now at least get closer to the podium and fight against Huizenveld.
Yeah. There is the details on the battle there on the right-hand side, 4th place. They go through Schredenkreuz and they come through another bit of SP3 traffic for the final time. Oh! That's too far down the inside. That was too aggressive. Martin Schmidt, Banzai down the inside, and he's over. He's up onto his roof. It's a terrible way for Huizenveld to end the DNLS season.
It could have been such a phenomenal 4th place for Huizenveld. It was such a well-executed race, probably the best one of the entire season. And as is always the case, one small moment and everything can go up for a toss here at the Nordschleife. Yet again, passing lap traffic, that has turned out to be the point of peril for so many teams and drivers. And we're yet again finding out what can happen if you lose concentration for even the slightest moment here.
Further down, RVW and SE Motorsport have found a way past Holder Motorsport here. So as long as they stay out the penalty points, they are going to get a better best result and perhaps win the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy in Nürburgring AM class for the season, unless somebody else can get into the top 7, which is absolutely not impossible. There's all sorts going on out front of that class as well at the moment as the pros go into battle side by side here. Kunoso Tastelen in the first speed car wanted to go around the outside. There was an SB3 there, and Luca Alpert made sure he was going to be trapped behind it. That was the Smilia Esports Cup car, Clio Cup car that is, and Tastelen had to back out of his move at the critical moment here. 4 laps to go for these guys, still even at the line.
And they're fighting for the win. There's no difference in strategy. There's no extra pit stop coming up. There's no more fuel saving to be done. It's all a flat push to the very end. And Tastelen can smell blood. He nearly had the number 116 Share Esports car. And look at what Luca Alpert is fighting for. He's fighting for creating a legacy. His battle is against himself to make sure that they can get 4 straight wins. And here's what happened with the Heusinkveld car. Just a dive bomb, or as the German commentators called it the last time out, a torpedo. Yeah, that's more like it.
Dear, oh dear. Not a normal thing to see, actually. I think the way that the car made contact with the wall was helping it to go over, if you like. And unfortunately, they've ended up in the gravel and down and out. That is Kunoso Tastelen. Got some trophies in the background. What did he do with the light on there? Never mind. He's still second, just in behind Luca Alpert. How is he going to approach this? There's a long way to go in this battle just yet. No point in rushing into any move, but he's done the key thing here. He's got into the slipstream, and that is absolutely crucial.
And a lot of it is also down to timing, isn't it? Because we've seen that you want to be the car behind on the very last lap because you can get a great slipstream advantage and then basically checkmate your rival because they don't have any time to go past you. But then again, that's something that your opposition knows too. And then you could have kind of like a DRS game like we see in Formula 1 where nobody wants to be the car up ahead. And that is something that can be very chaotic to manage over the course of the last few minutes. So where do you want to be? You really want to have the slipstream advantage in that final couple of laps. And let's see which one of these drivers actually have it, because looking at raw pace and momentum, it's going to be tough for the 116 Share to actually keep Kunoso Tastelen behind. He's just too good.
Through Gavenkopf they go. Absolutely on the ragged edge out there. Just slightly clipping the grass on the outside of that corner. On the run now, down the straight they go. He's gaining all the time. Share Esport under real pressure. Their 100% record under threat here. From a Grid and Go team who have only been on the podium once and have been outside the top 7 on all other occasions. They're rocketing into the picture now, and there's the lift off. Well, Tastelen decides that now is not the moment. 21 minutes to go. I want to be in second place just for now. He doesn't want to lead the field.
And that is a big statement because that tells us exactly what he's thinking. He's thinking that there's no reason or no advantage to go out ahead as of now. Track position doesn't matter 20 minutes from the end. It matters when the checkered flag is down, and we still have a lot of time left to go for that. 3 laps for the SB9s, which means it could be 4 laps for the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy machines, which means that there's still a lot of time, nearly half an hour for these guys to go racing. And there's no real reason to be first, because if you're first, A, you can't save enough fuel. B, you're always under the threat of being slipstreamed and passed by the car behind. And C, you lose out on that advantage that you could have instead. So you ideally want to be the car in second on that last lap and then seal that move. You just really want to checkmate your opponents and not give them one chance to pass. And hey, while they are fighting, Apex are actually clocking in some pretty decent lap times. In 8:08, they need to go a little bit faster. That 3-second gap can come down if they keep on bump drafting each other and keep on slowing each other down. And this could suddenly become a 3-way fight, if not a 2-way fight for the win.
Yeah, or more, actually.
Or more, yeah.
They're on more after that. In 4th place at the moment is Coanda Esports. Don't think Share Esport 117 are quite going to get there. Bruno Heinrich is stuck behind Simone Maria Marcheno at the moment. And they are nearly 10 seconds behind these guys, so it would take a monumental battle for them to catch up, but I'm not putting out the question for the moment. 20 minutes still to go. Williams Esports are coming in towards the final corners at the moment. or the final sector, I should say, not really the final course. They are only 3.2 seconds in front now of the Marlin Racing team. Felix Kruenbach is still closing, no matter whether he's chasing Sami Ravanol or Vassilis Belziotis. The Marlin Racing team are catching. I think, and we still think, that it means they are going to take the race win when that time penalty for the Williams Esports car is applied.
Yeah, and that is going to give them such great relief, but they still can't let off, because as we have seen just a few moments ago in the SP10 class, you lose concentration for 1 minute and have a small moment with a lap car, and it could all unravel in a matter of seconds. So Felix Kruenbach needs to stay composed now, and you have to raise your hand and say, man, Felix Kruenbach has done an incredible job, because when this thing began, I remember him being 8 seconds behind Sami Drogen and the Williams Esports car. Now, he's just 3.3 seconds behind, which is quite something. So, what a stint from Mahler. What driving for Felix Kruenbach.
Drive-through penalty for the Falcon Sim Racing Team SP10 car for causing a collision with the PB Performance Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring car as well. Though, that is the first penalty awarded since lap 3, I think. Yeah, it is. Goodness me. There have been investigations since then. But the first penalty for an on-track crash, the others have been sort of more administrative. First penalty for an on-track crash since lap 3. That says everything about what we've had this season. Clean racing throughout the entirety of it, especially here at this final round, I've got to say. This has been fantastic. Even though we've had a maybe uptick in retirements compared to some of the other previous ones, we've had a downturn in terms of incidents to end the season, and that's a fantastic thing.
Yeah, all the drivers realizing that the stakes are high. There's no need to push that extra 10%. It's good to be on 90% and control the performance. No need to go 100 and then risk that error. But that can't be said about these two drivers. Frozen Speed Grid Go and also Share Esports 116. This is a battle that's been brewing for the last 3 hours, and we knew this. We knew that Share would be in the mix. We knew that Apex would be in the mix, and Coanda also. But the way that the Frozen Speed Grid Go car has emerged in the last stint is quite impressive to see. I'll be honest, I counted them as the least competitive ones in this entire pack. I thought they'd be in that P4, P5, P6 battle with Alone Princeton and Share 117. But the way they've pulled their socks up and have really marched on to work, I love this. Last 17 minutes, I really want to see if they have something special and if Tas Dillon can use his racecraft perfectly and get that moment. You know, it's a lot like being the best striker in football. It's not like opportunities are going to come at you for all the 90 minutes, but when they do, and when you get that one chance to tuck it in, you've got to have perfect awareness, ice-cool veins, and some really good skill. And that is what Vinod Tas Dillon needs. He's the striker now. He's going to put the ball in the back of the net and get that big win for his team.
Absolutely. Here are your live standings in SP9. It's actually going to make a season look exceptionally close, isn't it, compared to what we had at the start of the day. To give you reference, by the way, BS Competition had 16 points over the entire field at the end of the race 3. Now they've got just 9 points over 4th. So that's a weird turnaround. Marlin Racing Team at the moment are going to be ahead of Williams by 3 points. Williams are going to beat 49 to the end on countback by the looks of things. Williams have had 6 penalty points so far. Apex have had only 2, so that's not making quite sense. Maybe that's not been sorted just yet. Share Esport 116 though are going to win in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Apex have lost some crucial positions right at the very end here, and they're going to be 3rd behind the 117. If Frozen Speed by Grid and Go though can pass 116, they will jump to 2nd in these standings. What a season for them.
Wow, it's all to play for here then in the last 15 minutes. In the SP10s, AMG Team Apex Racing are cruising to the very finish. But look at what's happened for P2. It was SimRC 2nd for the entire season, but then GridandGo.com Esports crucially being in 1st position, and then would finish 2nd in the championship on the basis of countback, because they get that one critical win at SimRC don't. And it's all come down to the last race. And in SP3, yeah, there's no competition. It's going to be a perfect 60 points for Share Esports. They would also win the overall championship, or at least be tied with their teammates in the 116 Share, but that's not really done for. So I'm counting the number 269 Share Esports SP3 for the overall class. But It's going to be a full clean sweep for them. Swiller Esports Centre will be losing a bit of points, but then still in second place. And Adoptum Shop clearly holding on to their third place. But what craziness can we expect in the last 15 minutes? Overall, DNLS Championship to decide on the basis of the battle for the lead in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy 2. This is phenomenal. We've crowned champions in most of our classes, and we're still yet to crown an overall champion. Will it go to the Scherer Esports SP3 team or their teammates in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, who are trying desperately to hold on to the lead and the overall championship?
Yeah, and there's a lot of money riding on this pass here at the front of this class here. Castellan trying to get past Luca Alpert for the lead. That would put Grid and Go suddenly into second place in the class, as I was saying. That's in the championship, of course. Coming into this race, they've scored 12 points. They're 11 behind Scherer, who are currently 5th, and only scoring, what, 4 points? Or is it 5? No, 4 points, yeah. So that would put them tied going into the end, and they would win on countback. Much like Grid and Go are in second on countback because they're winning this race, they would, in SB10, they would do the same in that class as well. Meanwhile, side by side in SB3 for 4th place between Thomas Enger Sim Racing and Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing, who are right around the outside through the mud curve. Don't see that too often. Wolf Motorsport have been on the attack very often, though, throughout this race. They are over a minute behind the car in front and a podium place, so 4th place is all these two can fight for.
And they're fighting for it with all their heart. Seriously, what a day it's been in the SP3 category. Both of them have been going on against each other literally for the entirety of the race. Look at the swerving. Look at how desperate the 275 is to get past. And the Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing car is trying for every page in the book to make sure that they can get ahead of Thomas Enger Sim Racing, who, to be fair, have been a brick wall and they haven't let anyone go past them.
Again attacking on the way towards Horak. Looks again at the inside. Can't go through there. Follow through the high-speed chicane over the top of the hill. And now they'll begin the plunge back down again through the technical final section. Little bit of side-by-side. No chance for a way through. Castellan still on the back of Luca Alpert, by the way, up front. They're actually 4 seconds in front of the rest in that class now. So he's still on with these guys, because look how close this is. Almost touching through here, and maybe again they'll have a look down the inside. Surely now, no, again, no chance. Weird way this car sort of wiggles its way into some of these corners. The rear wheels not doing a whole lot really, and you have to do a whole lot to correct oversteer really either, using the throttle as a bit of a steering wheel as well as the actual steering wheel. Again, another look at the inside after Brunchen. Still no way through here. Maybe a better run now as they go down towards Flansgarten.
Is there any place for the Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing car to go past? Here we come towards the jump then. The cars will get airtime. But will the Wolf Motorsport car be able to fly past ahead of their rivals in the Thomas Enger Sim Racing machine? Not yet. Remember, the straights are where the Clios normally get to pass a lot. Not a lot of downforce. You can't carry too much extra corner speed unless you're that much braver than the opposition ahead. And this could be the deciding factor. Lap cars coming in the mix. That's the Apex Racing number 49 car splitting them up. And this really gives some breathing space to Thomas Enger Sim Racing. Now they can relax. But when they come towards Galgenkopf and then the Nottingham Her, I suspect that's when the Wolf Motorsport car will be able to execute a move. Whether it works or not, that we're yet to find out.
You'll notice, by the way, they go really wide there. They're going to be in trouble now. You'll notice the number 49 is quite a long way up the SB9 category. They're in 3rd place at the moment. Maxence Godino on his way to the pit lane this time round. So he should hold on to that place, but just put an asterisk next to that for the moment. You'll notice that there's a lot of drivers and teams who are going to be coming up in the next few moments. There's not very many big gaps, to be honest, all the way down to 18th place. And there could be quite a lot of SB9s coming past these two before the race is over in another 2 laps time. Now Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing move to the outside line, looking to score another 4th place this season. They already finished there in race 2 this year after their podium at the opening round of the season. Now they're looking to score 4th place again to finish exactly there in the championship as well at the end of the season. down the other side of the hill to the Bilstein Bridge. They are through, and based on the last lap, I would expect them to pull away as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they've done. Thomas Sim Racing now need to recalibrate their strategy and wait for it. Look at this. The bumping, the pushing, the desperacy is up, and you can sense it. They've lost on a very big P4 position right now. And Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing are going to be running away with it. Remember, they've been trying to fight for this position for the longest time. I mean, they were involved in such a big pack. We also have the Stock Conscious AC Mayan team involved in this. And the Wolf Sim Racing team was at the back of it all, always. But now, for the first time, they are ahead of this pack, and they're not going to let it go that easily.
They certainly are. Still 9 minutes to go in the DNLS season. The Bilstein 3-hour race bringing us to a close in the Digitale Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for 2024-25. That wasn't even one of the cars I thought that was going to come through, actually, but Impulse Racing are also right in with the SB9s, and so plenty of those are going to be coming through in the next few moments. Luca Alpert still leading in the Porter Cup class at the Gnasso Tastelen. Huge important pass for Tastelen to make if he can before the end of this race, as number 44 tries to come through the field. They didn't have a real-world driver, so had to stop an old 60 earlier on in the race. This is Liam Vilman, though, trying to come through on his vault for 13th place. Looks like Falcon Sim Racing are indeed going to manage that. A real fall from the heights of where they were at the beginning of this race, but they were never going to be up towards the front anyway, with no real-world driver.
Yeah, exactly. And that is something that you need to adhere to as a part of the regulations. But now that that's out of the way, now that we're just seeing them battle against each other, maybe we can relish this for the last few moments. And it's been impressive to see Liberty Esports. I mean, if only they had a good race and no penalty with that. But yeah, we want to see more of them. But are they going to make a move on the inside? Not particularly this time.
Going towards turn one. Imagine that Falcon will be able to get away now in these next few laps, but we'll see. Through the Mercedes arena they now go for the penultimate lap of their race. It's going to be another 22 lap race. I can't, no, 23 again, isn't it? As always. Yeah, so Matty Chogan just having completed 21 laps now. He will be on to 22 shortly. Only 3 seconds out of Felix Quernbach, as far as we're aware. Still puts Marla Racing Team in the prime position here, and it would put them into second place in the championship as well. Williams would be on 29 points behind Marla on 40. So 29 for Williams. Apex at the moment would be on 8 more. It would be 33. So at the moment it would be BS Competition followed by Marla, then Williams, then then Apex, then Williams, excuse me. So top 4 as you'd expect, really. But don't forget, Marla and Apex came in today tied on points, and Apex are going to be disappointed to let this one go.
Yeah, it could have been much, much better for them. But it's been a topsy-turvy race, and it all started off with that slightly, I wouldn't say poor qualifying, but yeah, a slightly less good qualifying, looking at their standards. Yeah, I'm struggling to think of the right word at the moment, because there's so many storylines going on in the race right now that I'm struggling to find the right word for it. But given their standards, they want more. They're Apex Racing. They're one of the legendary teams in the iRacing service. When you think of the big names, you think of Apex, you think of Coanda, you think of Redline, now Williams in the esports world as well. And I'm missing out on so many names as well. But you think of these big names, and when you think of them, you always think of victory. You're not thinking of P3s or P4s. But even then, it's been a decent fight back, and they are coming their way past. But next year has to be a good one. While we focus on next year, before that we should keep an eye on this battle going on. The Race Sim Zone team, Beat Muller, fighting in P7. And while everything dies down, you can always bet that the SP3s will have some sort of battle going on, because they never leave each other. They're good people at heart.
They have certainly had lots of battles so far. Live GP firing down the inside, scaring me slightly. He's got a bit of an audience, hasn't he? In the background here, Muller. Come on, a number of people just standing around watching him.
I'd be distracted. I hate someone sitting behind me and
Really?
watching me as I drive. I get scared. I'm like, hey, don't stand right on the top of my head. Go somewhere in the side or something like that. But Beat Muller clearly not distracted by it.
No,
Nicely
clearly not.
done.
No. He makes his way through Muller now. Trying to get now up the other side of the hill, and with a good exit here, they both hit the curb though. Not going to be a great run out of there. 2.4 seconds for the lead, by the way. We might be able to enjoy an overall battle for the lead, even if it won't mean very much by the end of the day. We will see. We're certainly going to enjoy a battle that means a lot in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring between Luca Alpert and Gunnar Sotassalen. They've just completed another lap, by the way. They're just in front of the leaders. They're about half a lap in front of the leaders, I should say. So they are going to get 2 more laps, including the one that they've just started.
Which means there is time. There is time to go fighting. There is time to just settle the nerves and start picking the moments where you want to attack. Because in the last couple of laps of the race, it's less about just doing whatever you can to get the position up ahead. I mean, theoretically, a lot of these cars sitting behind can just go past you in the draft at the Nottingham or here at the run-up to the Moon Curve. But it's more about timing your move. It's more about waiting for the right moment and checkmating your opponent and passing them where they just have no opportunity to get ahead of you. Beat Muller doesn't want to wait that much though. He's just bump drafting on the back of the car ahead of him, going to the inside now, and they make contact briefly, but still keep it clean.
Wipers going for some reason. Not sure whether in the madness he accidentally turned them on, but he's trying his hardest to get through into 6th at the moment. That wasn't quite possible this time round. They make their way to the carousel. It's not going to be possible here either. It was a good battle though. And now he's just come out the carousel a bit early and just got over the curb on the outside, so he will continue. But what a fantastic battle it is. Meanwhile, 2.9 seconds now the margin. On track, Williams Esports look like they're going to win the final race of the season, but it certainly appears that Marlow Racing Team are more than close enough as long as they hold on well during this final lap. Looks like they're going to hang on for a final race victory and a 2nd place in the championship to go with it as well. So PS competition first, Marlow Racing Team 2nd. What a great season for that outfit.
Exactly. And this race was so important for them. They particularly brought in Felix going back into the Marlow Racing Team because they wanted to secure that 2nd place for the team. They had a good driver lineup otherwise. I mean, lots of really top drivers have raced for Marlow this year. But then they said, if there's one last chance to secure this position, let's just give it our best shot. And Felix Wurmbach has been the best shot so far. The way he's driven, I think down 6 seconds in that last stint of the race on a driver like Sami Matti-Trogen. Honestly, that is so impressive because Sami Matti is one of the stars of this championship, not just this year, but for the last 4 or 5 seasons. And put him in any car, any team, he will deliver. So for the Williams Esports team to lose out on a race win because of a small penalty to push out another driver, I think that sums up their season perfectly. Great potential. I think probably the fastest car all around. But just the small penalties here and there have really made their year tougher. But entertainment has been delivered on the other side by so many other cars, like the Lion GP Ferrari, who are now competing for P4 on merit with the Harp Racing team by Grid & Go. David Bosca is P5. Must be the best result of the season for both of these teams, and I love that they're fighting right down to the very end. And there's nothing to hold back now. This is where you go all guns blazing and see what you can get. The Mustang, I suppose, waiting for their moment, and I wonder if they want to just pass on the last lap of the race, not now.
It is the first top 5 for both of them, if they can hang on. But they're going to fight it out to see who's 4th and who's 5th. David Bosca has worked himself to the inside. Tino Husa couldn't quite close the margin, close the door quick enough. Down the hill, on the brakes. He's on the outside line, Husa, and he's just going to give the place up. Is he thinking, if I can give this up now, maybe I'll come back later, and maybe he's thinking about the end of the lap, but it does certainly look like this is going David Bosca's way. He's got the momentum with that Mustang at the moment.
And it's going to be so hard to pass him. The Mustang is fast in a straight line. It's incredibly good. And yes, the Ferrari will have the draft advantage, which is exactly what you need on the last lap of the race to get past the Tiergarten. But passing a car using draft is one thing. If it's a Mustang, it becomes exponentially harder, as we are now going to find out in this other battle behind them as well. This must be... Isn't that the RC Car Shop Esports? Yeah, no. The number 28.
I'm not sure there is a number 28.
Yeah. I think they entered with the wrong number. That's what. I'm actually trying to figure out what's happening here, because clearly I remember one team entering with the wrong number.
Yeah, there is.
And
Yeah.
it was a Ford. And that must be these folks itself, yeah.
Yeah, RC Car Shop Esports is in the wrong number.
There it is.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
this is one of the this is one of the Porsche Cup cars, sorry, but it's not the leading battle that we've sort of abandoned in the last few minutes. The battle for third is between Apex and Coanda's not that far away either, along with the leading one. It's between Falcon and Dor, a bit further down. Benedict Hitch versus John Allen, the last spot on the podium in SB10. We'll try and keep an eye on them as well as we're on the final lap of the race, but haven't seen Luca Alpert versus Ganasha Tasselin for a long time, but they are still 1 and 2. I'm happy to report. And it looks like there may be a leading battle between them right to the very end of the race. Well, they're going to be the last class winner, I think, to cross the line. And so basically the last action that we see this season could be a leading battle in the Porsche Cup class.
That'll sum up the entire season. That's one way to put it. It could be crazy, and we have seen this before. DNLS 2, the battle for the AMP category win. We saw Avia, WNSC Motorsports, and the Austrian Sim Racers team. They were going bumper to bumper heading into Tiergarten, and that ended out in chaos. There's a good chance this might do. We're not wishing for it. It's just a real possibility, and we have to acknowledge that. That's all we're saying.
We'll see if it happens in the next moments, because the time has now elapsed on this season. The final lap is now halfway complete for Sami Matti-Trojan. Here is that leading battle in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. It looks for the moment as if Luca Alpert has got this under some sort of control, but here comes Tastelin. Does he want to lead the final lap or not? He does! Luca Alpert slow on the back straight, on the way towards the final corners. The time has elapsed. It does say final lap, but not for these two. They will go on one more, and Gunnarsson Tastelin is going to lead for the first time. Frozen Speed by Grid and Go suddenly rocket to second in the team's championship. Here comes Luca Alpert on the exit. He looks to me like a man who wants to be second going on to the final lap.
Exactly. The battle lines have been drawn. Albert, behind in the number 116 Scherer car, wants to be second because he knows that being in that second place gives you the crucial draft advantage on the last lap of the race. Scherer 116 are targeting a golden championship, a clean sweep, unbeaten in all the races. And to do so, they have one giant black and green obstacle standing in front of them. And it seems to me that Scherer let them go. They let Tastelin go. And Tastelin is not going to miss that opportunity, because if Albert lifts off a bit too much, that means that the Frozen Speed Grid and Go car can build up an advantage and maybe break away that slipstream frame. But that's not happening here. Scherer are clearly in that train. They clearly are in the right position. And it all comes down to the mind games of that last couple of corners. This will be such a good finish till the very end.
It really is. As we go back to the leaders, because they're only a second apart. Sami Matti-Trojan and Felix Kronbach. These two teams have been at it all season long. Williams only on the podium for the second time this season, maybe a bit under par for what you'd expect for a team like theirs. Not winning the title this time round. BS Competition will claim that mantle again, but they will get a lot closer to where they would have liked to be at the start of this season. In fact, they're going to come within 10 points of the championship because BS Competition have had such a poor afternoon. A good way to end the season, and a great showing again from Sami Matti-Trojan. If you've got a great real-world driver in the DNLS, you've got one foot in front of the rest. And Vasilis Betziotis has put the trust in Trojan to drive most of the laps of this race, including those ones under maximum pressure to the finish. Into the final few corners. For the final time this season, Williams Esports are going to win, this time for the first time, and break a streak of 2 BS competition wins in a row. The Bilstein 3-hour race, at least on track, is going to go to Williams Esports. Stami Matti-Trogen with bringing the car over the line, but a flash of the light from Marla Racing Team, who we believe are going to be credited with the race win, and indeed second place in the championship as they overhaul the Apex Racing Team in the championship standings. Just behind, Benedict Hitz holds on from John Aylan to finish third in SB10. A close run thing to the finish for those two at the very end of this season. And with that as well, some of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring cars have been caught behind the leader as well. They are going to finish a lap down by the looks of things, at least one of them is, at the very end of this season. Sorg Rennsport have got about 20 seconds to catch, by the way, in the AM of those standings to take the championship from there. But it's the leading battle we're going to be focused on towards the line. But Williams Esports close out the season on a high, I think, and that's good news for them heading into the 2025 season.
Absolutely, finishing first on track, that is an ultimate sign of confidence. That's a clear symbol or a clear ray of hope for them that tells them that they are one of the fastest teams here. And a bit more cleanliness, a few little penalties, and they could well be champions next season. So watch out for them. And it's a great way to finish the season, crossing the line in first. And a great result for Marla also. Forgotten Felix going back for this very day, for this very reason, so that they could win a race like this. And they could end up becoming second in the championship, and they've achieved that goal to perfection. AMG Team Apex Racing crosses the line in third to take third place in the championship too. And it's ended up being a decent year for them, with Maxine Scorino crossing the line. And Harp Racing Team by Grid & Go can celebrate because they have won this battle against the Ferrari behind them. And the Mustang has taken a well-earned fourth position. What a performance by them. One that'll go down in the memories for a very long time.
In SB3, Derek Eastport, their last lap, lost over 30 seconds somehow. And Adopt Don't Shop have chased them right down to the finish. But they will just about hang on. And they will at least secure a tied overall championship victory as they complete the clean sweep in the DNLS. Shera Eastport win 4 races in a row in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for season 24-25. Sven Winter hanging on with that pressure at the very end from Adopt Don't Shop. It's a brilliant end to the season for them. A great way to crown your SB3 championship with what's surely going to be an overall championship as well, unless their teammates can get in front of the Frozen Speed by Grid & Go team, and then maybe it will get even more complicated.
But it's the end of the season for the pole promotion esports. They have crossed the line after a really tough year to finish in P14. Mulder Motorsports ex-Miller also, and M&J Downforce, after serving their penalty for not having a real-world driver, finally crossed the line. And they can celebrate the end of a season, one where they've created so many great memories. And it's a phenomenal thing to see the Mustang do this sort of job. But yeah, what a year it was in the last 3 races. This one, not as good, unfortunately.
So then, the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring will be next over the line. And what a battle it's going to be between Luca Alpert and Gunnar Sotastanen, because Alpert's back through, back into the lead of the race. We have still got, after that, the top 2 in SB10 to cross the line, and a champion to crown as a result there as well. But here's the battle, and Alpert's turned it on. It looks like he went through, maybe at the muck curve, maybe somewhere else, but he's turned it on, he's gone off. He's gone off through the grass there just after Brunchen, and all that work he'd done to pass and indeed get away from Tastelen has gone out the window. They're nose to tail now with barely minutes to go of their season.
And what's the smartest option now? Do you stay where you are in P1, or do you let the... There it is. There it is. And that's the decision made. Shera Esports clearly believe that there's more advantages in staying behind and attacking at the last corner at Deer Gut That is a smart ploy. I think he's let him go because he knows the draft is just so powerful there. Again, remember this. Scherer have let the lead go. They're banking on that last lap. This could be a decision they regret, or one that ends up being an absolute masterpiece at the very end. Only a few more corners and the dotting of her, and we'll find out who's taking the win in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. Can it be an undefeated season for Scherer? Invincible. They need one big move, and they could be invincible in the DNLS this year.
Was it a slowdown or was it tactical? We're about to find out. If Luca Alpert can't pass down the straight here, then I think we've got our answer. Here we go. On the dot to go, he's starting to gain. Right at the very end, he's timed this well. He has timed this well. You can't go through too soon, otherwise he'll slingshot straight back past again. Luca Alpert here. They move past one of the SB3s, who will have been surely offering up a bit of a draft to them. There's a bit of contact. Alpert's going to go through here. He's going to get clear. He's going to get clear in time for the Tiergarten. So Tastelin's going to have to throw it down the inside. Is he going to make a dive? He's going to get right to the back end of Luca Alpert here. Who's going to complete the clean sweep, is he? In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. It's a run up towards the line. And it's going to be a side-by-side photo finish. Tastelin's coming. Oh, not quickly enough. Not quite quickly enough. Tastelin can't get there. Luca Alpert hangs on. And Scherer Esport complete a clean sweep in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, as well as SP3. They clean sweep half of our categories and they share the overall title in a dramatic finish for Luca Alpert, who just about hangs on from Tastelin. What a finish for those two.
And their bold gamble paid off. They let the Frozen Speed Grid and go past on that final lap. It's a tactic that's so risky. You're letting the lead go on the last lap of the race. Why would you do that? Well, there's a reason. Because the silver bullet is the move into Tiergarten news in the draft. And that they did to perfection. And with that, the silver bullet has taken them to a golden championship. Invincible, unbeaten throughout the season. What have Scherer Esports accomplished here? One of the greatest seasons that you can ever imagine in the DNLS, winning all 4 races and being the leaders of 12 hours of racing. What a race, what a result, and what a championship it's been for them.
There's another battle to the line here, by the way. Team Sorg-Rensport are surely going to take the AM victory here today. Although Avio and SE Motorsport are only just behind. They're battling with PB Performance by Grin and Go, though, right to the very line of Marcus Deck, who wants to get through. It's a battle, I think it's a bit fun more than anything else. There's no points on the line here for 8th place, but no difference. Oh, Deck just has a bit of a locks up, doesn't want to have a crash. And Harley Horton will hang on for Team Sorg-Rensport. So that's 8th place, but an AM victory in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring here today. RBW and SE Motorsport, though, with 10th place in behind, we believe will be champions of the AM category based on countback, not only for the lack of penalty points that we believe they've still managed, but for that 10th place finish. That was the best result of their season, and it did better than Honda Motorsports results all season long as well. Meanwhile, Sven Hasse is going to come over the line for gridandgo.com esports to win in SP10. They're going to shoot up the standings there as well, but behind them, the Apex Racing team are going to take the SP10 title. The hardest fought of all the titles, I think, this season has been in SP10. They came into today with just a few points. They might have even run out of fuel to the line, or they just got a bit of a slow run. They came into today with 3 points over SimRC and the rest of them. Well, it's 2nd place. That's normally where SimRC finish. They have done 3 times this season. This time Apex have taken that position, and thankfully SimRC haven't won. Apex Racing Team have taken the title in SP10.
And they've nailed their last day to perfection. This is exactly what they needed. Peter Berryman has brought this car home and has done so as becoming and has now become a champion. Well, I'm lost for words here because of how close this SP10 battle was throughout the entire season and just how much it took for Apex Racing to come out as the top team. It took a bad race from SimRC, a rare slip-up from them for Apex Racing to then capitalize on that. But fair play to Apex. They have absolutely trounced their competition and have won by a decent margin. On the day where they need to deliver the most, their rivals dropped points and they got a crucial podium, which has now taken them to a championship. Well done, Apex Racing. What a performance.
Yeah. 2 race wins this season has been enough. sharing the others amongst the Falcon Sim Racing team, and today amongst Grid and Go as well, who have taken rounds 2 and 4. The Apex Racing team managing to take those wins. Their season actually results look a little bit like what they used to look like in the DNLS when we had the success ballast for pit stops. You used to have to take 30 seconds if you'd won the previous race, 20 seconds if you'd finished second, and 10 seconds if you'd finished third. That normally meant that you'd win a race and then you'd fall down a bit for the next one, then you'd win again and then you'd fall down a bit. This time round, that hasn't been in place, but nevertheless, it's still looked like it. There's your car park, and what a fantastic sight that is as well. The podium and all of the classes, I think, are supposed to be there. Not everyone is, but there's your picture. Anybody who wants to take photographs, that's what you need to be looking at. The Marlin Racing team and Williams Esports cars at the front end of that pack there, having done battle so well today. The SP3's next up with Sherry Esports, the clean sweepers in the middle, just directly ahead of their teammates who have also clean swept the other class as well after a dramatic finish with Luca Alper and Gadoso Tastelen. And then the SP10s at the back. Let's start with the SP3s, with Sherry Esports taking their narrowest win of the season, just half a second ahead of Adopt Don't Shop, who've had their best result of the season because Smiley Esports finished outside of those top two for the first time with third. Wolf Motorsport finishing in fourth place, just ahead of Thomas Enger Sim Racing, Shop Caution AC Mayan, and sixth ahead of Race Sim Zone, with V7 Racing 2.5 minutes back. Eiffel Racing with a long penalty finishing in 9th place out of Homer Sim Racing, and Ringsfizzer Sim Racing finishing in 11th. Again, a great class to watch and a surprisingly close finish at the very end of that season.
Yeah, a good race as well. I mean, Adopt Don't Shop, fair play. I didn't expect them to come here, and normally they've been the third place team, but a great performance on the last day. And it's sad to see the Ringfizzer Sim Racing team only at the very end because they were in such a great fight. Them, the home of Sim Racing team, unfortunately, contact means that they now end this season in 10th and 11th. But more than the results, look at what they've accomplished this year. Finishing, learning a lot, lots of driving, lots of teamwork as well. And that can also be said for gridandgo.com esports, who have now ended this season as a race winner. And that takes them to second place in the championship, behind the champions, the AMG team Apex Racing.
Absolutely. With Falcon Sim Racing joining them on the podium. Despite that drive-through penalty, I'm not sure whether they actually served that or not, but they should finish on the podium anyway. Dory Sports Academy, fourth, just ahead of Contaguine, who drove for SimRC today. Brought that car across the line in fifth. Nürburgring Esports finished sixth and eighth, with X-Racer in between them. Hoisingveld and BS Competition rounded out the field. Unfortunately, Ruben Bonga and BS Competition retired from that race, the only SP10 retirement today, which is unfortunate indeed for them. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, we saw a fantastic finish. In fact, one of the best finishes we've seen all season long in that category. It is Sherry Esports, though. Familiar result. They have swept the season with Frozen Speed by Grid and Go, rocketing up the standings with a second place finish, 41 thousandths gap at the line. Apex Racing Team finish on the podium, and as a result will gain just 2 points over Scherer, and they won't get ahead of them as a result either. That should mean it's still 1 and 2 for Scherer Esports, because Coanda Esports dropped to 5th at the end. Alone Fritzen Racing put on a bold strategy to not take tyres at their final stop. They finished 6th ahead of Door Esports, with SRS Team Sorgren Sport finishing in 8th place. Despite that, it wasn't enough for a championship. The Avia WNS E-Motorsport car finishing in 9th place. On Countback will win ahead of Halder Motorsport, who I believe also had their best result of the season today in 10th. Austrian Sim Racers finished 11th. They were rocketing through with those new tyres at the end, but just ran out of laps. PB Performance by Grid and Go dropped down with a late penalty, I'm going to presume, because they were battling for 8th earlier. Then Photosec by WMS finishing 1 lap down. Allsport and Team Nitro Falcon both finishing laps down. It's a great race between those guys, that's absolutely no doubt. 1.4 seconds the gap at the end between Williams and Marla Racing Team as well. These are the provisional race results at the end of the day. Apex Racing Team finishing on the podium with them, with the Hopt Racing Team 4th. Line GP just overtaken by them pretty late on, but those two getting their first top 5 of the season. Another great result for number 22. M&J Downforce will finish the season 5th. In a bit of a surprise, I suppose, but a fantastic surprise as well. Team Nitro Falcon finishing in 8th place ahead of Holder Motorsport. Nitro Falcon were 7th, Holder Motorsport were 8th, just missing out on the on the points. Aussie Car Shop Esports and Nürburgring Esports in the top 10. They were pretty close, and Fog and Sim Racing couldn't quite get them as they had to rocket through the field towards the end. Liberty Esport finishing just outside the top 10 with BS Competition. Disappointing way to crown their championship season, really, and it's going to make this on the results sheet look very, very close. In fact, probably closer than it really was, with 4 teams, we believe, separated by less than 10 points at the end of the season. But they will be champions. Pole Promotion Esports, Mulder Motorsport, MJ Downforce round off the top 16. 17th place went to Nürburgring Esports, ahead of Similia Esports in 18th, and Impulse Racing, who had to recover from that early problem and finished a lap down in 19th. What a great season it's been at Similia, a great end to the season as well. No better way to do it than with a last lap battle. And to be fair, just over 1 second between first and second in SB9 as well. In fact, the average between first and second at that final race will be well down below 10 seconds or so at the end. That's how close it was towards the end of this season.
And that's the beauty of it. Yes, it must have ended in a slightly anticlimactic note, but the competition has been intense. The racing has been phenomenal. It's all been so clean. The drivers have been so respectable to each other. This is the kind of stuff we expect and love from the DNLS. That's what we know the series for. And yet another season has delivered.
It absolutely has. Before we leave you, let's remind you, of course, that later on this month, the real-life Nürburgring Langstrecken Series will be getting underway, because it is the month of